plantation, plantation of trees, direct seed sowing, staggered contour trenches, percolation pits, percolation ponds, drainage of percolation pond, biofencing, restoration of natural vegetation, gabion check dams, gully plugs, loose boulder check dams, V-notches, deep recharge pits with fruit plant, deep recharge pits, roof rainwater recharge pits, subsurface check dam with source work, clean water reservoir, shallow pond, and source work.
So, how many springs have been rejuvenated under this project, sir?
So as I mentioned, 1,601 springs have been rejuvenated.
So, is there any success story on the creation of such a Springshed program, sir?
Sir, as mentioned, that this project under the MGNREGS, which we have taken up, 1,601 spring sheds have been rejuvenated at a cost of 46.62 crores. So this is an opportunity for me to also share with the House that in the state as a whole, we have approximately 70,000 springs in different parts, and that's the ones that we have identified till now. There could be much more. And out of the 70,000 plus springs that we have, 55,000 have actually been mapped through satellite or LIDAR or using drone technology. And monitoring of these different spring sheds are taking place as we speak. In fact, if any citizen also wishes to see the different spring sheds, they can always go online in the portal called meghalayacm-dashboard.in. So I'll repeat, meghalayacm-dashboard.in. And under this, sir, the different activities of the different spring sheds, what activities are taking place, how much water is there, what kind of pH level, so on and so forth, the information is there. So why I'm mentioning this to you, sir, is that the exercise for this is a very large exercise. And apart from what we're doing under the MGNREGA, we also have schemes that we are working through MBMA under the ADB, where we have different projects again that we have mapped and we are rejuvenating. So therefore this process is ongoing, sir. The projects that we implemented under the MGNREGS, which I've mentioned in my reply of 1,601, these are all success stories in their, in itself. And a large number of spring sheds have been rejuvenated there itself. These are small projects. If you calculate the amount, comes up to an average of about 2 to 3 lakhs per location. But these small interventions have a huge impact in terms of the rejuvenation of the spring in itself, sir. So to answer in short the question of the honorable member, that all these projects, the 1,601, all of them are success stories in itself. I don't have the specific names of all the villages, but I have a breakup district-wise.
One last question, sir. Who is responsible for the management and maintenance of this project, sir?
Sir, these are, as I said, implemented by the MGNREGS. So basically the village employment council and the villagers at the village level, they are taking care as of now, sir. There's no specific responsibility that they have to do it, but we do have the village health, sanitation, and water committees, which are also involved in day-to-day process of ensuring that they monitor things. So therefore, sir, the village as a whole, the community as a whole, is acting towards it, since it is a community-owned project. The VECs are implementing. So in this particular project, sir, the VECs and the village people and the community themselves are monitoring and looking after these different assets that have been created.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Kazi, please.
From the Honorable Chief Minister, what are the measures that are in place to ensure sustainability of these constructed spring sheds?
Sir, as I mentioned, the process of ensuring that the spring sheds are rejuvenated and maintained is actually an ongoing process. And different interventions take place at different times through different schemes in order for us to be able to rejuvenate the springs. And multiple activities continue, and sometimes, as I said, we need to increase the vegetation out there. So the plantations that take place, they help, and the different kind of like biofencing that we do, that helps. At the same time, sir, interventions like the engineering interventions. So there are two kind of interventions, sir. One is the engineering intervention, and one is the vegetative intervention. So then they're sub-classified under these two main categories. And therefore, sir, activities continue. So therefore, it's not that we just construct one dam and then the job is over, and we expect that we'll maintain that dam forever. It's a continuous process, as I said, vegetative, and ensuring plantations take place, and engineering, so that interventions like check dams, gabion walls, and others are even put in. So all these kind of different provisions are there, and therefore, depending on the particular spring, we have different activities and involvements. So just to share with the House again, that what I have replied right now to the House is the process that takes place under MG in our EGS. Now, we also have a scheme, as I said, under the ADB, where there is a project for climate adaptation and community-based water harvesting project. Again, the concept being to rejuvenate springs, and close to about 532 structures in that also will be implemented, and this is almost a $62 million project, and therefore a large amount will be spent on this. And what is important, sir, and I think this is something that people should be aware of about, is that while the interventions take place, today with the availability of technology, especially satellite-based technology and LIDAR-based technology, we are capable of monitoring the different levels in the water springs, and of course we have large number of volunteers. We have almost 13,000 VCFs, the volunteers at the community level, who have been trained to monitor these aspects and inform us time to time, so that we are able to then take the necessary steps. So again, sir, to answer the question in short, there is no specific one measure that we say that we'll just do this to maintain. It's a consolidated effort from all sides. It's a continuous process of intervening at different levels, and depending on the situation that arises, based on the data and information that we receive through these volunteers, through the technology, and through the community, we are able to then take multiple interventions. So it's a effort that is requiring work from all levels and from all angles, and that is why there's no one right answer that this is the only way. You have to understand this is a very broad aspect, and spring rejuvenation is multi-layered, and different activities need to be taken place, and different stakeholders need to participate in it. But as I said, we have a system now in place where we are being able to continuously improve and monitor the life of the springs. So again, just to conclude this reply, there were close to, again, this is very important for the House to know, sir, that we had, after we did the study of these 55,000 springs out of the 70,000, and we'll be doing the rest of the 15,000 soon, because these are very, very interior locations, very difficult to reach. But out of the 55,000 springs that we had, after we did the study, we realized that 792 of them are actually in a very, very severe critical phase, sir. And these are the springs that provide water for the Jal Jeevan mission. And it is because of this study that we have done through the MBMA. And we have been able to use technology to map these particular springs, 55,000 of them. We realized that 792 were actually very, very critical and drying up. And based on this information, the Soil Conservation Department has now come up with a 32 crore project for 67 as of now, sir. So out of the 792, 67 of these springs are going to be rejuvenated in a very, very kind of war-footing manner. And we will ensure that we are able to bring back life to these springs, sir. So what I'm trying to express to you is that there is no one right answer to this. It's a very complicated process. It requires, as I said, multiple stakeholders to work together. But as I said, it's a continuous process, and the government is on the job to ensure that all of these issues are continuously resolved as and when they come up, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I just wanted to know from the House, how does this program align with the state's broader climate adaptation strategy?
Sir, thank you for this question. In fact, I think it's a very, very, very valid question that honorable member from Rajabala has asked. Sir, the multiple departments that deal with water, whether it's PHE, whether it is soil conservation, water resources, forest and environment, and water-related departments like agriculture, like mining, like fisheries. So we realized in the last 3 years, in fact, because before that, we also were working departmentally, we realized that there are many projects going on in many of these departments who, at the end of the day, never end up talking to each other. And so you have the Soil Conservation Department creating check dams and creating different kind of reservoirs, and not really addressing the issues of PHE, where the springs may be actually drying up and PHE is not able to supply. Only if they had spoken to each other and come on the same platform, maybe the efforts could have been converged. My point being, sir, that it is very critical for us as a government, as members and as a house, to look at the problem of water as a holistic problem. It cannot be looked at as only a departmental problem. And hence, we have a council called the Climate Council, and this Climate Council is headed by the Chief Minister, and all the water-related departments are members in it. And it is for the first time that the different departments are now talking to each other. So I'll just give an example, sir, that the same springs that I was mentioning to you, the 792 springs which PHE informed us were in critical condition, and there would be no water supply in the next 2 years from these springs, in spite of the fact that 4 years, 5 years back when they mapped it, there was enough water. But now after 5 years, because of the climate change and the change in the weather patterns and rain patterns, these 792 springs actually dried up, are in the process of completely drying up. And Soil Conservation Department, just last year, in fact, they informed us that they had just recently completed creation or rejuvenation of springs, close to about 1,000 of them. And when we tried to see whether these 792 were in there, we realized that only 15 were in there. Meaning, sir, that if there had been a holistic approach where PHE department and soil conservation had spoken to each other 5 years back, maybe we would have been able to utilize that money in a similar manner to be able to rejuvenate these springs. So, sir, to reply to the question of the honorable member, that this actually is a very critical part. For the first time, government of Meghalaya has, or is one of the few states in the country that has a water policy. Based on this water policy that we have created, there is a mandate for different departments to work together, to talk to each other. Based on that, a climate council has been created where we actually speak to each other and share the different problems that are there. And the money that is spent by different departments is ensured that it is done in a very, very optimal point of view, so that we don't duplicate work. So maybe at the same time, we may have two departments, creating spring sheds in the same location. So we may have PHE also saying, let's create a reservoir, and we might have soil conservation also creating the reservoir, just because they were not speaking to each other. So therefore, the question, as well as the suggestion given by the honorable member, is actually of great importance, because now, as I said, we are working on this, and we have now, multiple projects with PHE department, CNRD department, soil conservation department, water resource department, forest department. So if you were actually going to combine the resources of all of these, you would find that more than 4,000 crores, sir, I will not have the exact number with me, but I can safely tell you that more than 4,000 crores worth of projects today are water-related projects that are going on in the state. And because we did not have a combined, strategy for climate adaptation in the past, we were actually working in silos, and which was not having the kind of impact which it could have if we had only spoken to each other. But that has now been rectified. We are very closely working, and we are actually seeing results of this. And today, as I said, because of the mapping that has been done by the MBMA, the Soil Conservation Department and PHE Department, in a matter of seconds, can come to know where the critical springs are, and decisions can be made in the right manner, and money can be spent in a very effective manner. So to conclude this particular question, I also want to share with honorable member that recently we had gone to Upper Shillong to see the water supply. That was last year, about 8 months back. And so there was a critical problem in Shillong. We asked MBMA to map using LIDAR, satellite, and drones to tell us where we could create check dams or small facilities or structures, that would allow the water level to go up. We realized that with a basic investment of only about 3 to 5 lakhs per structure, 90 structures need to be created. That means about a cost of anything between 3 to 4.5 crores, which would then increase the overall level of water in the entire Upper Shillong forest area by almost 1 billion cubic meters. So therefore, this kind of basic technology intervention has allowed us to really save money, invest only, as I said, 3 to 4 crores, and being able to really rejuvenate the springs in those areas. And that is how, as I said, the departments today are working. And this is a great example of how, not just in this area, but in multiple areas today, we are working towards resolving the water issue, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Gavin first.
Yeah.
Mrs. Swin, you just, I'm giving time to
Okay, sir.
Mr. Gavin first. Yeah, you can speak later. You can ask later on.
So may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister the source of funding of this particular program?
Sir, as mentioned earlier, this particular program for the 1,601 spring sheds amounting to 46.62 crores has been implemented through the CNRD department, which is the scheme under which this has been taken up is the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. So the MGNREGS funds, which are in the village level implemented through the VECs, they have been motivated to take up water-related projects, and this is how we have been able to fund this. So therefore, the state did not have to spend much in this. This is more from the central funds. And as you're aware, sir, in MGNREGS also, as a state, we have been able to really increase our overall spending. And a large amount, as a matter of policy also, we've taken up that at least about 30% to 35% of the work in MGNREGS should be water related. So it is in line with that strategy that the funds from MGNREGS was used to fund this particular project, sir.
Sir, whether the since it is a related subject for the climate, water and soil conservation, I want to ask one question, sir. Whether this village implement council has been equipped with the technology of measuring the discharge of water, cubic discharge of water, so that you may know comparatively if you measure the cubic discharge of water every year, then we may know the success of the implementation of the scheme. And two, sir, also that through the flow of water, is whether this BEC has been equipped with the technology to measure the soil loss also, because flow of water is proportional to the flow of water, because at the point of flow, we can measure both the soil loss and the discharge of cubic second of water. So comparatively, if we measure the discharge of water consecutively for 2-3 years, we may know the success of the implementation program, sir.
Sir, again, a very valid question, and I thank the honorable member for asking the question. Sir, in most of the programs that we are now implementing as a state government, we are working towards involving the community as far as possible, because that is the greatest strength that our state has. And by ensuring that the village communities are involved in the different development and social activities and issues, we can ensure that it is sustainable and it can be addressed in a very, very efficient manner. So keeping that in mind, sir, we have ensured that we are working with the community in this. There are certain areas where we have given you can say, the capacity building to the villagers to be able to assess a lot of these aspects at their own level. Again, it's a continuous process. There are more than 7,000 plus VECs, 7,000 plus minus, VECs. And therefore, it's not possible for us to address and to train everybody in one go. But that training process is on, and we are trying our best to ensure that as much of the training and capacity building is given to them. At the same time, sir, not just depending on or leaving the entire responsibility, I should say, on the villagers and the VECs, we have developed a system of the village volunteers who are there, sir, who are selected and supported by the state government. So these volunteers are actually, sir, trained individuals. They have been given necessary training, large number of equipments on how to measure these aspects. The equipments may not be the same in all locations. So depending on the different clusters, different areas, different levels of training and equipments are given. But as I said, in order to give a backup to the VECs and to the communities who are being trained, capacity is being given, we also have village volunteers, sir, as I said, who are trained and given training in different aspects today to help the villagers when it comes to issues of measuring the spring level, as well as measuring different aspects of the quality of the water, the different aspects of even measuring the overall, the soil impact, issues of the discharge from the springs. Is it same like before? Is it improving, decreasing? There are also the people who are managing the programs of the PES, which you all know, so is the Payment for Ecosystem Service. Again, another very important aspect. So it's a combined effort. Apart from these volunteers, apart from the VECs, so the departments are also intervening. So we have a large number of officials also continuously working at the grassroots level with the people, with the volunteers, to ensure that we are able to take this issue and address this issue in the right earnest. So therefore, some multiple levels of interventions are there in order to ensure that we're able to maintain the water levels and, as far as possible, the quality and take necessary action.
Yes, please. Pardon.
I have two questions. Number one, sir, I want to know the names and location of those springs which are critical in nature, and also the names and location of these springs which have been rejuvenated by the government. So I know the answer may be lengthy, so may I request the Honorable Chief Minister to please lay the answer on the table of the House.
Sir, I can do that, and as well as I said, maybe I can also suggest that there is an online dashboard. I will lay it on the House, but as I said, there's a dashboard, sir, which is called Meghalaya CM dashboard.in, and in the dashboard section, all these springs which have been rejuvenated and all the different monitoring that's taking place, most of the information is in that particular website. And it's open to public. Anybody can take a look at it. It's not just for the officials and the members. Anybody can take a look at it. So this website will be helpful, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Another question, sir, since we are discussing about the spring, how to protect the spring, so may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister whether the ropeway facility from the foothills of Lom Shalong will not be affected, will not affect these springs, various springs through that hill, sir?
Yes, sir. It's a valid question. Sir, there are two aspects to the entire process. Of course, this is not related directly because it's, I need more details for it. It's not very directly related, but I think it's important for me to address the issue. Sir, number one, a detailed mapping of the different locations where these pillars will be installed. This mapping, sir, has been done in coordination with the Forest Department, with the Soil Conservation Department, and with the international agencies which are working with us to ensure that we are not affecting the water sources and the forest areas, and the water, especially the water sources, are protected. So there's a detailed assessment that is done and a detailed study that is done, and it is done at multiple levels. That is why, so this project has taken a very long time to actually start the work, because the alignments were looked into multiple times before we could go forward. That's one, sir. Number two, in the line again for the ropeway project, that we had a slight issue, and I would like to clarify this here in the House itself, where the Forest Department had to give some clearances to actually chop the trees off, sir. And therefore, the Forest Department was of the opinion that we can allow the trimming of the trees to be done, so that we don't have to cut the trees anymore, sir. So now we are under the process of actually working towards creating what they call, sir, the fire line, sir. As you're aware that even now, so we are seeing large number of forest fires because of the dry conditions that are there and the high winds. We are seeing a lot of forest fires, sir. So there's a mechanism in the Forest Department where they leave certain meter of space in between, two trees or the forest line, you can say. That will then ensure that the fire does not spread to different parts, sir. So the process is on to see that the alignment of this is along the line of the ropeway line, so that two purposes can be served. One, that is the forest, we don't need to cut too many trees, and number two, that the forest line also will be right under the cable. Forest line means the protection line, sir, is there under the cable, so that, as I said, two purposes are served, sir. So all these thought processes and assessments have gone in. As I said, this is a very technical aspect, and since there are large organizations involved, international organizations who are funding this particular project are involved, so therefore we need to see all the criteria that are there before we move forward. So therefore, to address the issue of the concerned member, yes, sir, these issues have been looked into.
Sir.
Two questions.
Yeah, another related to that reply, sir. Why I'm raising this question, sir, because I feel that if the government is allowing non-forest activities in the forest area like Lom Shalong, Lom Maupat, and many forest areas, which we feel that we need to make these forests a catchment area. So then that itself will defeat the purpose of the government to protect the springs. So it would have been better for the government to avoid encouraging non-forest activities in all these forest areas, sir. This is a serious concern, sir. I think no matter what we do, because if we want to address those dry leaves, I think the department can allow people, the farmers, to collect those dry leaves. Don't stop them from collecting those dry leaves. They will use for fertilizer, as a fertilizer, you know, to cultivate their crops. That is another solution, because most of the people in my area are preventing to go and collect those dry leaves, converting them into fertilizer, sir. So that is not an issue, sir. So what I feel is that we need to avoid encouraging non-forest activities in the forest areas if we are really concerned to protect the springs.
Sir, as I mentioned, that we have taken that aspect into consideration, and detailed study of different aspects of the impact on the springs and the water sources have been taken into account, and ensuring that there is no impact on the water sources, we have gone ahead with this project. This project again is, sir, we have always maintained as a government that for us, we have to look at both aspects of economic growth as well as ecological balance and safety, sir. So maintaining that, after doing very detailed scientific study, we've ensured that this particular project will not have any impact on the water sources.
We move on to the next question.
Sir, one supplementary, sir.
This question has taken quite a long time. I
No,
agree
but,
this is a very important issue.
Yeah, but
Okay, I'll give you one.
Situation arise. We can't do anything, sir. So I would like to put one supplementary in the course
Just
of
one supplementary, please.
because I'm waiting patiently for my question, but I don't think so will come. So anyway, I would like to, in the course of Honorable Chief Minister reply, make his reply, CM tells this house, they're all 50 house, then all 50,000 water spring in the state and 4,000 gross rupees worth of project are related to water conservation. Question is then, who to public? Why do public still water spring in the state and 4,000 gross rupees worth of project are related to water conservation? Question is then, who to public? Why do public still need to purchase drinking water?
Sir, a valid question. I think it's important that we address this. Of course, it's beyond the scope of this particular question, but I think keeping in mind the importance of the question, we have to address it, sir. So just to give an idea to the House and also to the population at large, the citizens of our state. So we receive almost 63 billion cubic square of water, of rain every year, 63 billion. And out of the 63 billion square cubic meters of water that we received, we lose, or I should say the water, because we're in hills, sir, so the water flows down, sir. So about close to 30 billion flows down towards Bangladesh, 30 billion flows down, plus minus flows down towards Assam. So my point being that there's never shortage of water. So issue of supply and shortage of water is not the real concern, sir. There are 2-3 concerns that we have. So number one is the overall, you can say, the storage of the water and slowing the flow of the water and overall managing the water and the source is one issue that we face, sir. The second issue that we face, sir, is the actual aspect of distribution that we have. And therefore, if you look at these two problems in one go, it's a very large scale problem, sir. And hence, for us to be resolving this in a matter of, year, 2 years, or just 5 years, is not practically, sir, possible. Though it is desirable, sir, and a lot of work has gone into it, but it's not possible for us to now look at the rain that we receive, the amount of money that is being spent towards water-related, so I didn't say water conservation, but water-related activities and projects. I'll explain that, sir, because I think it's important to explain. So water-related activities and the actual water being supplied through the pipe to the last person and to the individuals at their homes in our state, in rural areas or in urban areas. So we have to look at these problems in its own level, sir. So we cannot just simply look at, we get 63 billion cubic meters of water and say that then why isn't it enough for our the households? Or we can look at the 4,000 crores of water-related projects that we're doing and saying still there are individuals that don't receive water, sir. So this has to be seen in the overall larger context of things, sir. And as I said, in this small, I guess, question that we had, I have been trying to address and hint at some of the issues. So just to give an example to the honorable member, so when we started off in the beginning, so we at about 2018, which is the MDA government, so we had about 4,000 plus minus pipe connections in our state. And through the Jal Jeevan mission, we have been able to touch almost 5,80,000 now, sir. Now, if we didn't have these pipe connections, sir, we would not be able to give the water at the grassroots level. Now, even after implementing these projects, I agree, sir, there are certain projects where because of the source or because of the size of the population, which was not in line with the 2011 census, and hence more houses are there compared to what the census had. For critical, and problems like these, we are not able to, at the end of this day, see 100% of the impact of Jal Jeevan. But if you look at the larger impact, sir, Jal Jeevan has had a massive impact. So what I'm trying to tell you, through you, sir, to the House and to the honorable member, is that there is no one solution to this. It's a very big problem. One cannot just simply, as I said, say that there is 63 billion cubic meters of water, and so therefore everybody should get water in the houses. They should get, sir. I'm absolutely agreeable. But the process of going through that is huge.
Mr. Speaker,
there are a lot of problems.
Mr. Speaker,
Sir, I'm still replying, sir.
Wait,
I think
Mr.
honorable
Speaker,
member.
sir, a point of order on the Rule 300. In relation to Rule 37 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business and Sub-Rule 22. I would like to read. This is for the benefit of this August House. We would like to have exhaustive discussion on every important issue. But question hour, it has to be governed by the rules as enshrined in the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business. Because in the best interest of the state, every question has been tabled in the August House. Any matter that has been tabled before the August House becomes the property of this August House and must be discussed and deliberated to the extent possible. Now, if we refer to this rule, because lest it becomes
So which rule is this, sir?
Rule 37, Sub-Rule 22. So the rule says, in reference to the question as to how it should be regulated, it shall not raise question of policy too large to be dealt within the limits of an answer to question. I appreciate that the Chief Minister is willing to reply exhaustively, but the scope of the matter that is allowed in the rules has to be also regulated, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that we can also take up other important questions which have been already admitted. Therefore, members may be tempted to ask question which revolves around policy matter. But I don't think in question and answer, the rule allows it. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been observing this is becoming a precedence. Therefore, I think we should go by the rules. Let us be governed by the rules of procedure and conduct of business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So, you may complete your answer,
yes,
then we'll move on.
So I just want to also share, sir, that whether the question of the is on policy matter, too large to be dealt with within the time limits, sir, is for the honourable speaker to decide. So, of course, suggestion is given, sir, but of course, at the end of the day, sir, it will be your decision that will be final. So therefore, as I was mentioning, sir, the concerns
You
of
can
the member.
complete the reply.
Yes, sir. So as I said, sir, so there is no one short reply, sir. That's my problem, sir, with this. It's a large problem. The issue that is raised by the honourable member is there, and there's a lot of people who are suffering. I have to give a comparative analysis of where we were and where we are, and what leads to all of these problems. So it cannot be given in one line, sir. The question he asked was too broad, and I have to give the perspective of the reason and the issues which lead to that particular problem. And one cannot just look at that problem and say, well, why is this still happening? So it's a very large thing. So maybe as LOS mentioned, if the honourable member feels, we can bring up a discussion on this, sir, as per the rules that are there. But as I said, there is no short answer to this, sir. So there are too many aspects to it. So I have to reply to the 4,000 crores which he had mentioned, so that again the people don't get the wrong impression. So if you look at the different water-related issues, now whether I'm talking about the simple project that we have today, I just mentioned in my reply, the climate adaptative community-based water harvesting project funded by ADB, sir. So it's a $62 million project. That's about 516 crores. Again, out of this 516 crores, close to about 400 plus minus is grant coming in from Government of India. So like this, there are more than 5-6 different externally aided projects that are going on. And all of these projects are water-related projects. But they are not specifically only reservoir creation. These projects could be the tree plantation that takes place. I mean, any steps to ensure that we are able to conserve water, we are able to protect the forest, or any activity related to it, is there. So we have got a lot of funds in other departments that are being spent. So MGNRG's fund is there. Almost 30% of that is being spent in water-related activities. So therefore, the point being that it is not directly related to the spending, to the water that is going directly to the, to the individual consumers. Sir. So with these clarifications, sir, I once again thank the honourable member for raising this issue.
In fact, sir, I have another two, but only one question.
No, please. Take them, Mr. Chong. I have noted
Last one,
the honourable member's
supplementary.
concern and the point of order.
Is there any catchment areas or a spring which are no longer functioning in the state?
Sir, I would not have the exact answer with me right now, but I can inform the House that out of the 55,000 that we have mapped through technology, we have realized that there are 792 which are very critical in nature, which I have mentioned, and some of them, sir, could be beyond even rejuvenation and beyond bringing back to life, sir. So there are some of them that could be there, but I would not have the exact report with me right now. But I can tell you that 792 of them are in very, very critical condition, and we are working towards rejuvenating these 762 first, and of course working on the others also.
Okay. Now we move on to next question. Question number 2, raised by Ronnie V. Lindo. Sri Marcus Marak, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Sir, answer to question number 2. A, yes, sir. B, sir, the steps have already been taken to address the pipeline leakages, and the issues sorted out as follows. The leakage near Matilang Junction has been plugged. The leakage at Tea Garden has been plugged. The leakage before Shillong Peak Junction has been plugged.
Yes, please. Your supplementary question.
Yes, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for addressing these issues, because, for some months, works was delayed there, because when I asked
people implementing the project, they say because of the water leakages. So I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister for taking, immediate steps, and now the work is progressing. So another suggestion, of course, not related to PHE, but then maybe I'd request the Deputy Chief Minister or the government to take this up a lot because of the alignments or the gradient. Some of the villages, the gradient, they have lowered so much that approach to these household, approach to these villages, for example, in a 4th mile, 4.5 mile, 5th mile, people are not able to come out because, of the lowered the gradient. So I'd appeal to the Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister in charge, PWD, to take up with the NHIDCL to ensure that, approaches to these villages are looked into so that people are not put into.
So what is your question?
Question is, sir, if I can ask the Deputy Chief Minister in charge roads to take up with NHIDCL to ensure that approaches to these villages are constructed to ease the movement of these people residing in these villages, sir.
Yes, sir. I think quite a number of portions we have faced this related problem. And recently I had a meeting with NHIDCL, and we have accordingly instructed them. In case of those existing road which has gone down maybe 4 or 5 meters or 1 feet or 2 feet, this has to be resolved. And at least the approach has to be there, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So we move on to the next question about Nujorki Sungo. Sri Preston Tenzong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to whom to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to third question 3. Sir, the matter is under examination.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. One question I would like to know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir. Since I've been raising this question since 2018, and I've got the same reply, sir, that the matter is under examination. So may I once again know, sir, what are the matters that needs to be examined so that we can create a civil subdivision in Lumpongdeng block, sir?
Sir, why I reply that the matter is under examination? Because, sir, creation of new civil subdivision or district has to be properly examined by the government, and especially it relates to quite a number of departments of the government. And for the information of the honorable member, the questioner, in fact in 2021 we have written a letter to all the department concerned to submit all the details for consideration of the creation of civil subdivision, and few department has submitted the clarification, and also more of them are yet to submit the detailed report. And thereafter, sir, and thereafter again, one standing committee headed by the Chief Secretary will again, once the report is collected from all the concerned department, and all this report will be again sent to the standing committee under the chairmanship of the Chief Secretary, and thereafter the committee will put up to the government for final decision.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to bring to the knowledge of this House that Lumpongdeng block is one of the oldest blocks in the state as a whole, sir. It was, Lumpongdeng block was inaugurated in the year 1973, sir. Until now, we are having a population of not less than 1,25,000, and that also as per Aadhaar enrollment, sir. And the total number of households is more than 15,000, and the area which Lumpongdeng block covers, it is more than 500 square kilometers. So, looking at all these basic requirements, we feel that Lumpongdeng block has fulfilled all the necessary requirements to be upgraded to a civil subdivision. So that's why, sir, I raised this issue again and again, and with the hope that the government will listen the cry of the people of our Laskin block, sir. And one more question, sir. How much is the cost, sir, for in 1 year for the cost of creation of one civil subdivision, sir?
Sir, I don't have a detail of the total cost in creation of each civil subdivision. But of course, once the decision is taken for creation of new civil subdivision, we need to also consider the expenditure of creation of posts and creation of establishment or infrastructure in that particular area, and so on and so forth. So I don't have the exact expenditure involved in the proposed creation of civil subdivision, sir. But however, as I've already replied in the very beginning, that the matter is being examined by the government, sir.
One last question, sir.
Okay.
So I would just like to know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, whether is there any specific timeline, sir, that the government set to fulfill the aspiration of the people of my Laskin block, sir?
Sir, there is no such specific timeline, but let the government examine the matter. As I've already replied, we are going to again examine very seriously on this petition and the question raised by the honourable members.
Bringing someone.
Since this question is related to civil subdivision, may I also ask one question? So may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister whether any step have been taken up to construct civil subdivision building, staff quarters, approach road, boundary fencing, and court at the civil subdivision level, which was created civil subdivision at Talu last term during 2022-23.
Yes, sir, we are aware that a number of created civil subdivision does not have a proper designated offices, and even the staff quarters does not. We are not able to provide till today. But recently, under the chairmanship of the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, we have decided that all those created civil subdivision will be provided with a full-fledged office building, staff quarters, and also all other related basic requirements in all the subdivisions, civil subdivisions throughout the state.
Baswin, please.
Thank you, sir, for. I also want to know, sir, the thought of the government for creation of civil subdivision at the Mosram civil and for at Mosram, because this issue I have spoken in the last financial year, and in the autumn session also I have verbally briefed the figure that required for fulfillment to create a civil subdivision. So may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, the thought or the status of creation the civil subdivision of Mosram, sir?
Mr. Speaker, sir, same yardstick will be applied. Same yardstick will be applied, sir.
Thank you. We move on to question number 3. Dr. Mukul Sangma. Dr. M. Amparin Lingdo, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir. Reply to start question number 4, sir. Sir, the Government of Meghalaya Health and Family Welfare Department is undertaking the establishment of the government-run Shillong Medical College with the objective of strengthening medical education and enhancing healthcare services within the state. all the preparing steps underway to start the first batch during this academic year, subject to approval of the NMC, sir.
Your supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, sir, while I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for replying, reflecting the measures being taken, but it's little not clear. There is no clarity. Where are we as of now? We understand that the effort and intent of the government is to start the academic session from the current academic session. But are we really prepared enough? What are those steps which are referred to here as all the preparing steps? What are those steps?
So number A, the Pasture Institute is being converted into an academic block. So that is the first thing. It is a brownfield project. We did not require to institute a new hospital. We needed to look at the infrastructure that is already available. The manpower is already available. We've designated the research department to also be the academic department. So these are the major administrative decisions that had to be taken. So now we need to look at the number of beds as per NMC criterions. So we've said there was no need to invest so much money. If you remember in the earlier proposal, there was a big financial implication. And to operationalize this medical college in Shillong, there was no need for us to invest. There were committees instituted, there were studies conducted, there was a lot of debate and discussion already initiated on this matter. Cost of medical studies. The moment you say private institution, we will always look at what is this private institution asking for. So we understand that there is anxiety and anxiousness, but the department is on the job. We've done the affiliations with NEHU. That was also required. And then we've looked now at what are the infrastructure requirements. What is the cost that will be actually incurred to develop a brownfield project of this kind. So then we've also looked at when is the NMC coming? Are we ready for the NMC to come? We've gone ahead and we've looked at the requirement of professors. We've gone ahead and we've sat in the cabinet to look at...
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have not asked the problems associated, the challenges associated with the establishment of the proposed medical college. I am specific in my question, the steps which has been completed so far in respect to establishment and with the intent to give fruition to your ambition of ensuring that the academic session starts from the current year. That's the question.
So we have done all of this.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would urge the Honorable LO to be patient to listen to the reply. The Honorable Minister is giving exactly that reply. The problem was that there's the issue of manpower. She's explaining the steps that have been taken and now the manpower issue is resolved. There's the issue of space, and she's mentioned that there's steps have been taken to address the issue of the manpower, of the infrastructure. So she's precisely replying to what the Honorable LO has asked. So I would request through you that to allow the member to allow the minister to give the detailed reply, because that's how we'll be able to clarify the entire situation.
The question. Uba Medic Michael Bam IY Shu Ka MSCL Yaka Lumpongdeng Sri Adalbert Longrum MLA. Please.
No, I'll add up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to move a matter of grave importance at this zero hour, in accordance with Rules 49A. Yes, I will not be making a speech, but I will stick to raising the matter by presenting the facts as they are and posing the question to government. Before I begin, let me remind myself and all of us that let's stop talking only about politics, but let's stop talking about policy. But Michael CM is the chairman of Machaprang Tourism Promotion Group. And even as I speak, he is currently on the street outside Secretariat, raising a voice of protest against the decision of Meghalaya Energy Corporation Limited, MEECL, not to renew the lease for tourism promotion activities at Lumpongdeng Island, located within Omnium Lake. Since 1997, MECL has been granting lease of Lumpongdeng Island to Bamai, Machaprang Tourism Promotion Group. And gradually, with the start of tourism promotion activities, the island, which earlier witnessed deforestation by timber lodging, when four-wheels trucks could cross at dry season. Today, we can clearly see ecological restoration with afforestation and even wildlife returning. In the tourism circuit, Mr. Speaker, sir, Lumpongdeng Lake Island is widely known as an idyllic retreat for young and old who go to visit. And it is particularly sought after as a wedding venue and honeymoon destination since 2008, but might. Machaprang Tourism Promotion Group has added a boat house, which is the first of its kind in Meghalaya and even in the Northeast. Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, through the years since 1997, the tourism promotion activities at Lumpongdeng has brought revenue to the government and given employment to not just the family of caretaker who reside on the lake island, but to many others in the surrounding local economy as well. So after 27 years, a barren patch of land in the middle of Omnium Lake, which government earlier did not bother to give much importance, today stands out as a beautiful and valuable tourist spot, thanks largely to the visionary and extraordinary effort of Michael CM. We should appreciate for his effort. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, the question I ask in this zero hour is for the government to consider. On one hand, you are denying renewing lease of MECL land to a local tourism promotion group, which has brought much value to the state. And yet, on the other hand, you are offering similar MECL land around Omnium Lake to big-time investor. Let the people judge in this regards. Who are outsiders through the Invest Meghalaya policy. this, it cannot be called policy. I dare to mention that it is a conspiracy. It's not a policy. Anyone can go online and browse the Invest Meghalaya website to see for themselves. What we get to know is that the land bank being offered at Omnium is 300 acres. And the area is shown as 4 plots lying very much alongside Omnium Lake on the eastern side and indicated as belonging to Meghalaya Energy Corporation Limited, MEECL. Also on the website, this 300 acres at Omnium is shown as land for new industrial estate that is ready for notification. So even as Michael Siem is standing on the street outside Secretariat to protest, I am similarly standing here in the August House to question the policy of this government. Are you giving up on local entrepreneur because now you want to invite big players? Are you giving up on local entrepreneurs because now you want to invite big players? I repeat again. Is your Invest Meghalaya policy pro-outsider and anti-local? The people of the state want a clear explanation. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you once again for allowing me to raise a matter of grave importance through this 0 hour. I'll resume my seat.
Thank you.
I expect with a positive
May
reply.
I request the Minister in charge to make a reply, please?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I am very much thankful to the Honourable Member from 17th North Shillong Constituency, Adalbert Nongrum, for raising a very important issue that appeared in a local newspaper, Maupur, dated 27 February 2025, under the caption, Hakamat, segregated in Yaki U Ba Michael Shim, Bam Ai, Wai Shu Ka, MECL, Ya U, Lumpongdeng. Sir, Lumpongdeng Island at Umiam Lake is a plot of land measuring about 1,64,797.48 square meter or 40.72 acres owned by MECL within the Umiam Lake, out of which a plot of land measuring about 1 acre was leased out to Maitsha Frank Tourism Promotion Group for a period of 10 years with effect from 7 February 1997 up to 6 February 2007 at an annual lease rent of rupees 10 lakh per annum with an enhancement at a rate of 5% every year. Thereafter, and subsequently, the lease rent is extended accordingly on the request of the lessee, since the land in question was yet to utilized by the lessor. The land in question is now needed by the government for the purpose of various developmental activities. Accordingly, the chairman of Maitsha Frank Tourism Promotion Group, Shillong, was informed by letter dated 11 November 2024 that extension of land lease will no longer be extended after the lease period is expired, which has already expired on the 31st December 2024. The Maitsha Frank Tourism Promotion Group, Shillong was requested to vacate the land and remove all the structures and buildings erected thereon as per clause number 7 of the lease agreement, which stated that, I quote, if the land is at any time before the expiry of the period of this agreement required by the board corporation for its own use or for any purpose of the board, the lessee shall, after being served with 1 month's notice, vacate possession of the land and the building, and the board or its successor shall have the power to use the land. The lessee shall, however, have the right to remove all the buildings and structures erected by it on the land within a period of 1 month. The chairman of the Maichaprang Tourism Promotion Group, by letter dated 15th January 2025, requested the MECL to extend the deadline so as to enable them to pursue the matter with the authorities concerned. The same has been entertained and extended up to 15th of February 2025 to enable him to initiate further necessary action in line with clause 7 of the land lease agreement. Sir, as raised by honorable member, we have taken this matter very seriously. We have given the opportunity to the lessee also, and we had extended discussion with him. Our intention is not that we want to snatch away, but what we are doing as per the original agreement, as per clause 7 of the agreement. The matter has been discussed with the lessee, and I can tell the honorable member that the matter has now been resolved. Sir, with these few words, I hope I have clarified the honorable member. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Now we'll come to item number 3, calling attention table by Sri Nuzor Kushingho, MLA under Rule 54, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in Nongsahima, dated 10 January 2025 under the caption Bamla Lada Naka Jungle Dobor Ka Asab Un boycott Ka Mukro Ya La election MDC. Nuzorkui Shungho, you may take the floor now. You may initiate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to raise this call attention motion. And sir, I would like to call the attention of the Deputy Chief Minister in charge of the Council Affairs under Rule 54, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in Nongsahima dated 10 January 2025 under the caption Bomla Yada Nagajing Ledan Boa Ka Assam on boycott Kemukro Yak election MDC. Mr. Speaker, sir, Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise to garner the understanding of this August House on a very crucial problem that is faced by my constituent over the past 4 decades. So the people of Mukro, as we are all aware, they are inhabiting the land well within the boundary of our state, sir. But however, sir, they have been made to believe that they are out of the confines of the state of Meghalaya. The lack of security after the inauguration of the border Barato outpost does not suffice the immediate requirement of a border outpost at 0 point at Mukro village. This being viewed as a slow attitude of the government, and thereby the village Durbar on the 9th of January 2025 resolved to boycott the recently concluded MDC elections. But however, sir, thanks to the interference of the district administration of West Chaiti Hills district, who interact with the local headman along with the Darwashno, on the 10th of February 2025, and assured them that a border outpost at 0 point in a location named Muthas Yangkwai is in the offing, and thereby the same boycott was called off by the villagers. Mr. Speaker, sir, Deputy Speaker, sir, if I was to lay a picture before you, I am certain that you will acknowledge the backwardness of Mukro village. I think most of us here, we have already been to Mukro village after that November 2022 incident, where 5 persons lost their precious soul in that firing incident, sir. I think we have seen the condition, the living standard of the people, the various developmental activities that need to be addressed in Mukro village. So for this very reason, I would like to bring to the notice of our Honorable CM, sir, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the urgent need that the village, the people of Mukro need urgently. That is number one, sir. Although we have, from the government side, we have tried and we have provided so many road projects in Mukro, but till then, sir, it is not enough. So there's some locality in Mukro village which are yet to get a proper road connectivity. So, sir, I would like to urge upon our Honorable Chief Minister to kindly consider this proposal to grant sanction for construction of some more internal road in Mukro village. And point number 2, sir, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to bring to the notice of our Honorable CM that Mukro village, despite being a very big village, the total number of households in Mukro, it crossed 600 households, sir. But it is sad to know that till now, there is not even a single secondary school in Mukro, sir. So students from Mukro, they have to travel all the way to Barato, which is around 5 to 6 kilometers away from Mukro village, or some of them, they have to travel all the way to Jawai, to Shillong for their secondary level studies, sir. So this is one another point, sir, that I would like to bring to the notice of the CM. And another point, sir, with regard to electrification, sir. As we have seen recently in one social media, sir, they went to one locality named Lumpongdeng in Mukro village, where they show that till now, the people in Lumpongdeng locality, they are yet to get electricity. Until now, they are using candle in the night time, sir, because there is no electricity connection in Lumpongdeng locality. So therefore, sir, this is another point that I would like to bring to the notice of Honorable CM with regard to the developmental activities that need to be addressed in Mukro village. So on the other hand, it is also noteworthy to comment on the border outposts and also the temporary border outposts set up just within 1 kilometer away from Mukro. It is not in compliance with the security need of the affected citizenry, sir. So further, I would like to bring to the knowledge of this House that the age-old area of livelihood by way of agricultural practices of the resident of Mukro, known as Chlochnong, is 8 kilometers away from the village, sir. And during the last 25 years, as I've raised the issue time and again, Assam government set up one forest check gate just 5 kilometers away within the Venice city, sir. And due to this forest check gate that was there, in Mukro, Forest Gate of Assam. People has been harassed from time to time by way of unaccounted payment of taxes for transportation of their produce. And so this has been a bleeding thorn in the livelihood of our people because their firewood, daily food, and other basic requirements are born from this age-old land belonging to the village, which is 8 kilometers away from Mukro. Sir, it is also noteworthy to mention that as per notification, TAD/R/31/50/148 dated 19 April 1951, signed by the then Chief Minister of Assam, Chief Secretary of Assam, A.D. Pandit, which clearly stated that this land belonged to Meghalaya. And this notification also, sir, it clearly stated that Mutha Siangkwai is the 0 point between Assam and Meghalaya, and I even have the copy of the notification with me, sir. Therefore, sir, through you, I would like to once again request our Honorable Chief Minister to kindly look into the need and the cry of the people of Mukro. Number one, sir, as I've mentioned earlier, the construction of Somur Internal Road in Mukro village. Number two, the setting up of a secondary school in Mukro village. Number three, the electrification of Somur locality, which are yet to be electrified in Mukro village. And number three, which is very important, sir, as assured by the district administration during the meeting which was held on the 10th of February 2025 with the local Dorba, they have assured them that a BOP or a border outpost will be set up at 0 point, which is at Mutha Siangkwai. So this is very important, sir. So I would like to urge upon our Honorable Chief Minister to kindly look into the matter, sir. And also, sir, I would like to take this opportunity and also put a request again to the Honorable CM, because this issue is very much related to the problem of the people. And there's a great hope, sir, that if Laskin block will be upgraded to a civil subdivision, most of the problem that the people reside in border area will be solved, because once a civil subdivision is set up, we know that the administration is closer to the public. Therefore, sir, I would like to shorten my speech, and with this, in conclusion, sir, my submission is that I most humbly request the government to kindly consider this request for the larger interest and well-being of our state, so that the billion-dollar economy will not only benefit the urban citizenry, but also encompass our rural folks as well. Because without the rise of rural economy, which account for nearly 79% of the state populace, the vision of a strong state economy is but its dream. With this very few submissions, sir, I would like to resume my seat. And once again, sir, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Member of this August House, Shri Nujos Kisungo, MLA from Mukayao Constituency, for tabling this calling attention motion under Rule 54 Sub 1 clause of the Procedure and Conduct Business under the caption Bomla Eda Nakajingle Donbor Assam on boycott Kamuk Ro Iaka election MDC. Sir, on the 10th January 2025, the headman and secretary of Mukro village submitted a petition to the Deputy Commissioner West Janti Hills District stating that the village robber in a meeting held on the 9th January 2025 had decided to boycott the MDC elections 2025. Mr. Speaker, sir, upon receiving the petition, the Deputy Commissioner of West Chanty Hills took immediate action and convened a meeting on the 17th February 2025 in Mukro village with representative of the community. During the meeting, the current status of the border settlement process was explained and assurances were given that the district administration and police are making every effort to safeguard the safety and security of the border residents. Sir, the Superintendent of Police with Chanty Hills has also been closely monitoring the situation. A DCSP level border meeting was held on 31st January 2025 and also 14 February 2025. During both the meeting, detailed discussions conducted on the overall security of the Meghalaya-Assam border with the Assam authorities, assuring their cooperation in maintaining peace and order. The district administration of West Chanty Hills, including the police department, are working tirelessly towards ensuring peace and tranquility prevails in the area. Their timely intervention in most of the disputes has undoubtedly prevented further escalation of the situation. Sir, as a result of this effort, the residents of Mukro village reconsidered their decision and agreed to participate in the elections. The campaigning process was conducted smoothly and the situation is being closely monitored to ensure continued peace and security in the area. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am pleased to inform the members of this August House that the general elections to the Chanty Hills Autonomous District Council, which was held on the 21st February 2024, the percentage of voter turnout from 12 Baratu Mukro constituency was 84.63%. Sir, this figure speaks highly of the efforts that have been undertaken to ensure that people residing along the interstate border exercise their rights to vote. Furthermore, several efforts have been made to resolve the border disputes involving both the state governments and community leaders. Government of the day has also sanctioned quite a number of border outposts throughout the state. In addition to this, the government of the day had also sanctioned 9 new police outposts in the state to resolve the dispute issues when it arises. Sir, the government remains committed to protecting the rights and security for the border residents, and necessary steps will continue to be taken to address their concern. Sir, as also mentioned by the Honorable local MLA from Mokayao, the issues for developmental programs, yes sir, government has already noted down those issues raised by the honourable member, and also relating to the ongoing regional committee of both the states for the second phase discussion and dialogue. I am very sure in the second phase of the discussion, the dialogue which is to be made both sides of the states from Meghalaya as well as from Assam, we will be able to resolve these long pending issues, and we will be able, I am very sure, to resolve it permanently. So sir, we are committed to make sure that the interstate boundary and the villages which is nearby these interstate boundaries will be able to properly and peacefully earn their livelihood as well as do their actual duties as required from day to day. So sir, I would once again like to thank the honourable member of this August House, Shri Nujor Singh Kesungo of Mokayao Constituency, for tabling this call attention motion under the prescribed rules. With this clarification, sir, I resume my seat.
Thank you. But Nujoki Sungo, MLA, you may seek one clarification.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity again. So thank you to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, for the extensive reply that has been given. But there's one more point, sir, that I would like to request upon the government. Because till now, as we all aware, that the border, the discussion between the two states is going on, between Assam, the regional committee, between Assam and Meghalaya, it is still going on. But on the contrary, sir, from the Assam side, there's one new construction that is going on. And it's just along the roadside, sir, just maybe around 5 to 6 kilometers away from Mukro. So while the discussion is still going on, we would like to urge upon the government, sir, to kindly initiate through the district administration or directly through the chief secretary level to kindly request the Assam government to stop immediately the construction that they are undertaking now in Mukro village in a locality named Salang, sir. So this is going on as of now, sir. I have a video with me. So this is one very important point, sir, that I would like to request upon the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, to kindly urge the Assam government to stop the construction that is going on in Salang locality of Mukro village, sir.
Sir, point noted. And in fact, as per the decision taken between both the Chief Minister of Meghalaya and Chief Minister of Assam, in case of any dispute arises, be it in the implementation of developmental activities, programs, this and that, both the parties will have to sit down in the level of Chief Secretary and also up to the level of the Deputy Commissioner and SP level. So, sir, I assure the Honourable Member that these committees will truly sit down across the table and work out for solution so that the kind of differences does not exist in these areas, sir.
Okay. Now we come to item number 4. Sri Marcus N. Marak, Minister in charge Public Health Engineering, to lay a statement relating to a call attention notice by Sri Livingstone Kharpran, MLA, under the caption Sanspa Klur Tungka Mangka Sorkar Ban Te Yaka New Shillong Water Supply Scheme. Sri Marcus N. Marak, Minister in charge, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay a statement relating to a call attention notice by Sri Livingstone Kharpran, MLA, under the caption Sanspa Klur Tungka Mangka Sorkar Ban Te Yaka New Shillong Water Supply Scheme.
Now we come to item number 5. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Minister in charge, Chief Minister in charge Finance, to beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025.
Motion moved. Let me put the question before the House. The question is that leave be granted to introduce the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025. Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and leave to introduce the bill is granted. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, to introduce the bill.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I introduce the bill.
Commissioner and Secretary to read out the title of the bill.
The Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025 is introduced in the House.
Now we come to item number 6. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Personnel and AR, to lay the Meghalaya Right to Public Services Amendment Rules 2024. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the Meghalaya Right to Public Service Amendment Rules 2024.
Now we come to item number 7. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Personnel and AR, to lay the 17th Annual Report of the Meghalaya State Information Commission. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the 17th Annual Report of the Meghalaya State Information Commission.
Now we come to item number 8. debate on Governor's address. I will now request Sri Sosthenes Sotun, Government Chief Whip, who has submitted the motion of thanks to initiate discussion. Sri Sotun, please. Sotun.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I am here to participate in the discussion on the motion of thanks to the Honorable Governor's address. I extend my heartfelt thanks and congratulations to the Honorable Governor for his address. I would like to mention some of the very important highlights by the Honorable Governor on the following sectors which are very crucial for the overall growth and development of our state. On home, political and home police, I would like to thank the Governor for his special mention on the government's first objective in promoting peace, security, and well-being of its citizens. During the last few years, the overall law and order situation in the state remained peaceful. On planning, we have seen how the state government is currently implementing multiple and external aided projects in the sectors of roads, power, agriculture, water conservation, and tourism. The CM's Elevate is a big success as it allows every individual and various groups to apply for these schemes where subsidies ranging from 35% to 75% are being supported by the state government. To set up various businesses in agriculture, livestock, tourism, sports, wellness, and mobility. On power sector, I would like to thank the Honorable Governor for his special mention that the government is committed to provide reliable power supply across the state. In 2024, there has been no scheduled load shedding. He said it is expected that in 2025, the state will remain free from scheduled load shedding. On tourism, till date, 710 entrepreneurs from across the state have been availed assistance from Meghalaya Homestay Scheme, which provided 70% subsidies to the entrepreneurs. To promote high-value tourism for Meghalaya, 100 vehicles have been sanctioned under the Prime Vehicle Tourism Scheme. On art and culture, the government adopted and introduced the state anthem, which is reflective of our rich art, culture, and history. To ensure preservation of the local culture as the first step, 12 villages were recognized as art and craft villages for their role in protection, preservation, and promotion of Meghalaya's cultural heritage. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Governor of Meghalaya for his address to this August House on the opening day of this year's budget session on the 28th of February 2025. I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to the government as well under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Conrad K. Sangma, for leading from the front, and together we can fulfill the dream and aspiration of our people to take Meghalaya to a greater heights and achievements. Within this view, With these few words, I would like to conclude my speech and thank the governor for the address. I resume my seat. Thank you.
That the amendments to the motion of thanks to the governor's address has been submitted by Sri Rupa Marak and seconded by Dr. Mizanur Kazi. Any one of the honorable members may move the amendment to the motion of thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to move the amendment to the motion of thanks to the governor's address under the Rule 15 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has come to the observation that His Excellency the Governor has spoken about many programs and policies which has been implemented for the progress of our state. As per our observation, he has missed out on some important policies which I would like to highlight. Mr. Speaker, sir, while addressing the House, the Governor has failed to mention about illegal immigration which is happening in our state from the neighboring state of Bangladesh. Illegal immigration is a serious threat, not to our state only. It is a serious threat to even to our national security. So I would like to highlight one issue which happened just few days back. On 28th of February, some 6 Bangladeshi nationals were arrested, apprehended in Jengjal police outpost, which happens to be under my constituency. So it's very scary, sir, that such things are happening. Bangladeshi nationals are being facilitated by our own Indian people. So there has to be some policy to keep a better watch on the borders of our Meghalaya, because we all know Bangladesh is going through a very tough time these days, and the people from Bangladesh, they are trying to sneak into our territory, and we share a very long boundary with Bangladesh. And there is another issue which needs to be highlighted, and a special policy has to be framed, that is on influx from other states. People from other states, from our own India, they are coming to our state, Meghalaya, and they have already captured our tertiary sector here in Meghalaya. So capturing the tertiary sector, which is giving services to people in our Meghalaya, is like snatching away our rights, our employment rights to the people from our state. So there has to be some policy to check on those influx who are coming from other states. ILP, it has been demanded by several NGOs. When I was in the NGO before, we also demanded for the implementation of ILP, but it's a national, center subject. So as I came to know, I'm fully aware that state government has already pushed for ILP implementation. But in the meantime, we should strengthen the MRSSA to check on the influx. And in the sector of agriculture, the governor has missed out on one important issue: to plant protection, to enhance the plant protection policy in our state, which is already in place, but it is not being implemented properly. So, even in my constituency, we are dependent in areca nut plantation. Our economy is dependent on areca nut plantations only. So, in these days, areca nut plantation is being affected by a disease called bark rot disease. So, large-scale destruction of areca nut plantations is happening in my own constituency. Not only in my constituency, it is happening all over Garo Hills. I don't know about Khasi Hills region or Jaintia Hills region, but it may be happening in the Khasi Hills and Jaintia Hills region also. But since I came from Garo Hills, I'm speaking about Garo Hills only. So there has to be some policy to contain the disease from further spreading. Otherwise, you know, these people, the farmers, they are suffering. These days, they are taking out their children from private schools, and they are getting them admitted into government schools because they cannot afford to pay the fees. And sometimes they are coming to me and they are asking my help also in this. But we don't have the additional fund to give them for the admissions and other education related problems. So there should be some policy at place. Actually, there is a policy at place about plant protection, so it has to be strengthened so that the farmers can get the necessary aid from the government. Now, in my constituency, it used to be full of greenery, full of plantations of areca nut. But since it's dying down, nowadays people, they have started saying that our MLA has no hair on his head. Now our areca nut is also dying. Jokes apart. Anyway, and I would like to put one of the observations which I have during the governor's address. That is, he missed out on high cost of healthcare facilities and negligence to the common people in getting the basic treatment. See, the rural people, the poor people, the common man, they are coming to the hospitals, to the government hospitals for basic treatment these days. But they are always being referred to the private clinics or some private hospitals for better treatment. They are being told that you go for better treatment. If you want a better treatment, you should go to that private hospital. You should visit that private clinic, which is very concerning. The poor people, they cannot afford to pay huge amounts for their treatment. To tell you one example, I'll take my example. In 2022, when I was an MLA, I was admitted in one government hospital for gallstone surgery to be done. I was there for 6 days, but nothing happened. The hospital authority, they informed me that the doctor is busy conducting operations somewhere in private hospitals. So I asked the doctor to let me go if the problem is not that serious. And the doctor told me, yeah, it's not serious, you can come back later and you can go. So I came out from the hospital, and after I got elected in the month of April in 2023, I had the severe pain from my gallstone. So I had to get admitted again. And the next day, the very next day, I got admitted in a private hospital. The very next day, after the admission in the hospital, I got operated. So what is really happening? What is really happening? In government hospitals, the people who doesn't have the position or the ranks in the society, they are being neglected. They are being neglected. So there should be some policy to check on all these issues. And the other important issue which I am going to mention about, as per my observation during the address of the governor, is the measure to ensure transparency and accountability. Even in my constituency, some people, some organization leaders, they filed an RTI regarding the implementation of the GGM, but they couldn't get the reply in time. It was already 3 months, but they were not getting the reply. If such things are happening in our state, and if the departments who are responsible for implementation of these projects are denying the reports, then how can there be accountability? So I request the government of the day to take note of these issues, and there is one thing which I have observed as the measure to provide immediate relief to the affected in natural calamities. Last year there was flash flood in my area also. 21 families were affected, but for up to 5 days there was no relief provided. I called the administration, but it was delayed. So I think I know there is already one policy there regarding the district management, district disaster management. There is ample power given to the district administration to look after all these things, but it is not being implemented properly, I think. So I had to arrange from my own pocket to clear the landslides also. I tried to contact the administration, but they were playing a blame game on them. So it doesn't fall under my department, so you can contact that department if you don't mind. They were saying like that. When I contacted that department also was showing some excuse. So these are the observations which needs to be immediately addressed so that the common people doesn't suffer anymore in the near future. And there is one thing about education, on education sector. Education infrastructure is also lagging behind. And just few days back, the Minister for Donor, he has also stated that Meghalaya is lagging behind in quality education. That is very shameful for our state, that a union minister has noticed and observed that the Meghalaya, our state, is lagging behind in quality education. So in order to give the quality education, training to the teachers, not only the training to the teachers is important, but timely payment of salaries is also required for the teachers. These days teachers are not getting timely payment, and sometimes, if they are not getting the timely payment, they are compelled to work somewhere to run the family. Otherwise, how they will run the family without getting the salaries? So these are the observations which I have made, and with these observations, I ask whether the government can give me commitment or assurance to look into all these issues. With this few submission, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request the members who would like to participate in the debate on the Governor's address to give their names, so that I will be able to extend the House accordingly till the debate on the Governor's address is completed. I am to inform the House that the Honorable Chief Minister will make his reply to the debate on the Governor's address on the 5th of March 2025. I repeat, those who would like to participate in the debate on Governor's address to kindly give their names so that I can regulate the time accordingly. I have received some few submissions. Now I would like to call upon Sri Gavin Millem, MLA, to also participate in the motion of thanks to the Governor's address. Gavin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate in the motion of thanks to the Governor's address. First of all, as a colleague in the MDA government, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation for the efforts of the entire government machinery under the able leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister in moving the government machinery towards giving the best service to the people of our beloved state, Meghalaya. So I would just like to touch a few points with regard to the different departments under the government. Of course, I'm very happy to see from the Governor's address that the state is currently implementing multiple externally aided projects, and we can see immense transformation happening in various sectors across the state as we speak. Under the tourism sector, sir, knowing that this particular sector is one of the sectors that can contribute very substantially to the economic growth of the state and also its inhabitants, we are very happy that the government has really prioritized this particular sector. As a representative of SORA, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to the government for sanctioning the development of Skywalk and Tourist Hub at Dimpep under the PM Divine program, which shall help in promoting this area. And I'm very sure that people from different parts of the world will have a great experience of the Skywalk once completed. The plans to also set up 5-star hotels in PPP mode in various locations across the state, including Sora, is also a great step towards promoting high-value tourism. Under the power sector, sir, I would like to appreciate the efforts taken by the department, the power department, under the able leadership of the Honorable Minister in charge power, as mentioned in the Governor's address, to ensure that there was no load shedding in the entire year of 2024. I think so this is something which needs to be deeply appreciated of, and I think so this is also something which also needs to be replicated every year from now onwards. However, sir, I would again raise my concerns. I've raised this concern in the last autumn session regarding the need for additional manpower, especially the posts of linemen, as presently the linemen are already overburdened with a load of work, where a single person has to look after many transformers, and they are already also overburdened with looking after the many kilometers of transmission lines regarding the maintenance, especially in varied weather conditions, and understanding the fact that their functioning has a direct impact on the efficiency of service being provided by MECL to its consumers. Under the PHE department, I'm very glad to see that there has been a tremendous progress in providing functional household tap water connections in the last few years under GJM. But at the same time, I would like to take this opportunity to remind the government regarding my proposal for the construction of the approach road to the source of the recently sanctioned Swear Water Combined Water Supply Scheme, so as to ensure the timely completion of this scheme. Under the agriculture and farmers' welfare, Yes, sir, we do understand that 75% of the state's population is directly or indirectly dependent upon this sector for their livelihood. And we are very happy that various missions have been initiated by this present government, and we could see that these missions are progressing well for the benefit of the state. I would also like to appreciate the fact that the construction of prime hubs across the state have been initiated by this particular government, where these hubs are set primarily to help and handhold small and marginal farmers, producer groups, agri-entrepreneurs to realize improved incomes through high leverage market access and value addition activities. However, I would like to suggest that the government should consider RCC structures rather than prefab structures so as to ensure more effective and less maintenance costs in the future. I would also like to thank the government for introducing the CM Assure scheme, which aims to stabilize the market prices for arecanut and broom grass farmers by supporting farmers in distressing situations. But I would like to know from the government, how much quantity will a single farmer be entitled under this particular scheme? Under the health sector, yes, the introduction of the Chief Minister's Safe Motherhood Scheme in 2022, the establishment of transit homes in PHCs and CHCs across the state, construction of sub-centers under the PM Habim program are some of the major interventions taken by this present government that has resulted in reduction in maternal deaths and infant deaths, and these are clear indicators of the substantial improvement of the health sector. The Meghalaya Medical Services Recruitment Board has really helped in filling the vacancies to the posts of doctors, surgeons, and nurses. But I would like to urge the government to also kindly look into filling up the vacancies, especially the grade 4 posts, like the post of sweeper and other posts which fall in the category of the grade 4 posts, on time, so as to ensure the smooth functioning of the health institutions. Under the transport sector, sir, yes, we could see in the governor's address, and I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the government for taking several steps for expansion of the Shillong airport to accommodate larger aircrafts, and I'm very confident that this will be a game changer for the people of our state. So I've touched only a few sectors which I consider critical and important, but I would also like to take this opportunity once again to express my gratitude to the government for having ensured in these last few years to secure an all-round development in all the relevant sectors in the state. I would once again express my gratitude for the address made by the governor. With these few submissions, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I call upon Renikton Lingdo, MLA.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to participate in the governor's address. And as an MLA from the ruling side, I want to support the motion of thanks that has been raised. Sir, looking at the address of the governor, we understand the performance of the government, and I would like to congratulate the government under the leadership of our able leader, our Honorable Chief Minister, who has led the government for the last 7 years now. Sir, I would not have time, and I know you will not allow me also to go each and every department, but I want to go only few departments in my deliberation today. I want to start from the power department, sir, and as already stated by another colleague, MLAs, that we have to appreciate, and I stand here to appreciate the department for the improvement in serving the people in giving electricity to the people of the state of Meghalaya. And it's the first time after so many years that we have been experiencing the load shedding. But this time, 2024, and I hope 2025 also, we will not see load shedding anymore. So once again, I want to congratulate and appreciate the able leadership of our Honorable Minister, Power Department, who has led this great success in the state of Meghalaya. Sir, while saying so, we agree the fact that the improvement is there. I'm very happy to see that the commercial loss, it has been come down from 32% to 17%. This also is one of the great success. But even though we know the success story, but I want to say that there are lots of improvement that are required in the department. That is the fact, sir. There are lots of improvement that are still required. When we look from the distribution, to some extent we can say okay, but when we look from the generation, I think we have to agree the fact that we are still lacking behind in the generation. I hope Honorable Minister will agree with me on this note, that we are still lacking behind and we need lots of improvement in terms of generation. Why I say so? We are so blessed by the nature, we are so blessed by God that we have got so many terrains, so many rivers that are flowing to Bangladesh without interrupting and without using. Sir, I want to mention only one river, that is Umngi River, which I put question in the last session, and the answer from the Honorable Minister is that it is under investigation and 30% has been, the work has been completed on the investigation. Sir, we are talking this for so many years that we have seen the potentialities of that area, of that river, and it is very, very beautiful river. Honorable Chief Minister, whenever he go there, he remember after crossing Wailoi, crossing Pongkong, and when he reached to that river, that Umngi Bridge, very beautiful bridge, that is the river flowing up to Bangladesh through Balat. It is very, very beautiful, and I would call the serious attention of this government, sir. If we can complete this investigation as soon as possible, and if we can start the generation from that area, I am telling you, it will be a great success of this department. But one thing which I want to impress out here, it is not only the electricity that we will be getting from there, but another thing, we will get 100 times more tourist flow in those areas. That area is just 1 hour away drive from Shillong. Just 1 hour, we can reach to that area, to that Umngi River. And it is very beautiful. Even now, it got lots of attraction from people to come and see that area. And I know very sure, if we construct dam on all the stretch of that river will have more attraction than Barapani that we have now. That's why, once again, I want to request you, sir, besides getting electricity, we will get footfall of tourists like anything there. And I'm telling you, to Constituency, directly we will see the benefit from there. From the east side, Mausanram Constituency, the entire stretch fall under Mausanram Constituency, and from the west side, Maukarwat Constituency is getting the entire stretch of that river. That's why, sir, I know very sure this will bring a big change in the entire area in terms of tourism promotion, as well as the people who will get, the state will get electricity from this, if we generate electricity from there. Sir, if we are serious on this, if the government can understand our own strength, if we can do by ourselves, there's nothing like it. But if we understand that it will take so much time to think, to do, to implement the scheme from our own fund by the state government, why not we look outside? And that I am proposing. We have got NEPCO, well known to everybody. It is a Government of India undertaking. They can do the work very well if we can offer this to NEPCO to generate electricity from there. And I hope we will get the benefit from there as a state government. Sir, next department which I want to touch is agriculture. And we know the very fact that 80% of the population in the state of Meghalaya, we depend our livelihood on agriculture and farming. That's why the government, I know they have taken several steps in supporting the farmers. And I'm very happy, as it has been stated, that the farmers are complaining about the price that has fallen down in so many produce that the farmers produce. The rate, it's not supporting their effort, especially in broomstick and areca nut. Continuously in these 2-3 years, the rate is too low. And I'm very happy to see that the government has understand this and has introduced this CM Assure to ensure that the farmers will get the minimum support price under this scheme. Sir, it is very, very important, and I hope this will really reach to the farmers directly so that the farmers will enjoy a minimum support price, which we are talking every time about the minimum support price to the farmers. I want to thank Honorable Chief Minister who had brought this scheme to give hope to the farmers who are depending especially on broomstick and on areca nut. Sir, I want to throw one suggestion. With regards to broomstick, we know that Meghalaya is producing a huge quantity of broomstick. And we know also the fact that broomstick is going from here to outside the state. And there are some time that broomstick is coming back to our state for the use of in our house. Why I'm saying that? Because we don't have the manufacturing unit to make brooms here. That's why I want to call, to the government of the day, let us try to see to fund or to set up a broomstick making unit here in the state of Meghalaya. Instead of sending our unfinished product of broom grass to outside the state, let us make it here and send a ready-made and send a finished product to outside the state of Meghalaya. By doing that, we will create employment, that our local people can get employment of this. And also we will get a better rate to send as a finished product to outside the state of Meghalaya. Sir, I want also to put one observation with regards to the performance of the Agriculture Department, for which we know that the government has taken several steps seriously to support the farmers. But I still have one question, sir. I don't know how the department, whether we are sure that the seedling that we send to the different districts, we have sent the right seedling at the right place, whether the sampling that has been supplied from the department has been supplied a right sampling to the right place, or sometimes there is a wastage for which we send the wrong seedling to the wrong place. This is the question for which I want to draw the attention of the government, that if we can correct that the seedling that we send, it should be the right seedling according to the climate that is there, because we have got, in the state of Meghalaya, we have got all different kinds of climate that may not favor all kinds of seedling. That's why it's very, very important, even though it is a big exercise to do this, but it is very, very important so that there will not be, it will not be a wastage, because we came to know farmers are saying that they get the seedling which are not favoring and which we cannot cultivate in that area. That's why it's very serious, this, even though it is difficult, but it is really very, very important for the government to try to see that the seedling that we supply to different districts, to different locations, will be suitable to do, for the farmers in those areas. Next department which I want to talk in this debate, sir, it's about social welfare. And I'm very happy to see that Social Welfare Department also has performed its best to address the need of the people in the state of Meghalaya, especially to curb the menace, the drugs menace in the state of Meghalaya, which the government has introduced DREAM, a program focused on reduction of substance abuse and improvement of rehabilitation initiative and facilities. We know that the department has done its best, but we know also the fact that we still need lots of improvement. I just want to share with you, sir, that we have before this SSA, Specialized Adoption Agency. It's a fund that has been given by the central government to the state government, and the state government give this fund to the agency who are taking care of orphans to adopt the baby which the family surrender for any reason. But sadly to say that now most of this agency, they don't get any more of this fund. SSA, Specialized Adoption Agency, they do not get this. Many agencies who are in this service, they have been discontinued with this funding. I just want to tell you about one organization at Maukerwat. We have Hope Orphanage Trust at Maukerwat, doing this service for the last 15 years, providing shelters and supporting children to orphan for the last 15 years, and now they have around 37 children in this home. And previously they have this funding under SA, but now there's no more. But what happened in the last 2 months? One baby has been surrendered in this home, for which ultimately there is no excuse. But this NGO has to take care of this baby surrendered by their parents. Mother has become unfit, mentally unfit to take care of that baby, and father also he is in that stage that he's not able to do anything. So the village and the people, their relatives, they have went to surrender to the social department, the social welfare department, and the social department ultimately they have no place to take care of this baby, and they have given to Hope Orphanage Trust. Hope Orphanage Trust.
You have 1 minute because I've given you 13, 14 minutes already.
Oh, sir, yeah, I'll wind up.
Yes.
So this is the thing that I want to remind, sir, that is sometimes the program which is very important, it is very difficult to continue as far as possible. Otherwise, it affects the needy, which is really need of that program. Sir, I want to tell you one thing about one NGO at Maukerwat. We have that Life Care Foundation. They have started the building construction for the rehab there, for which we know that the government, we don't have a rehab as of now in the district of Southwest Khasi Hills. Life Care Foundation, they have completed the building, and they are looking now for the financial support for the staff to run. Completed the building, completed the fencing, and it's ready to inaugurate. I have requested the Minister of Social Welfare to go and inaugurate this building and the premises, for which they are looking now to get the support for the financial support of the staff to run this rehab, which is really, really important in each and every district to have the rehab, the rehabilitation center. Sir, in fact, I want to continue, but because of the paucity of time,
please,
I just want to thank the government once again. But sir, on my conclusion remarks, I just want to say that the government has done many good jobs, but sad to say that many people, they do not know this good job done by the government. That's why they cried on the road from our young people. They are speaking against the government because they don't know the good job done by the government. This is the thing which I want to express here. It is very, very important that the good job done by the government should be translated into the information that the general public should know. Good job done by the government. Otherwise, it is on contrary that people are talking against the government because people do not know the good job done by the government. I don't know how much the government has spent in the publicity to let people know the fact How many YouTubers do we have as a government? That the YouTubers to explain, to tell, to inform the people, the general public, to know about the good job done by the government. I think it's time, sir, that the government should spend, because now people, they don't have time to read books. If we are supplied with these books, hardly any people will have time to read books. But if it's there on YouTube, because people, most of the time we spend time on our mobile, they will know the good job done by the government. That's why I want to express here, sir, that sometimes there are many good jobs done by the government, but even we, legislators, we are not informed. We do not know. I don't know how many MLAs here that we know all the good job done by the government through basin in our area, in our constituency. I think all MLAs will agree with me that most of the things we are not aware, we don't know. Sir, this is the time that we have to give everything, the information properly to people. And that is the only way that we can expect that people will not speak against the government all the time, but they will see the good job done by the government, and we will get the support from the people of the state of Meghalaya. This is the point I want to raise, sir.
Please.
And with this few words, I want to conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon Livingstone Kharpra, MLA. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate in the discussion on a debate on the governor's address. Sir, I wish to dwell only one sector, that is on the road infrastructure. You see, road is the backbone for all-round development, and I take a moment to appreciate the initiative taken by the former Prime Minister of India, Dr. Bhari Bajpai, who introduced the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, PMGSY. Because of this program, many rural areas have been connected with road connectivity. So I represent a constituency that serves a crucial link between the three districts, that is East Khasils, Ropeway district, and West India district. And the national highway runs through it, facilitating the movement of thousands of vehicles every day. So, during our official visit to South India, like Mumbai and Hyderabad, we saw that there is a transformative impact of outer ring roads. So these projects are very important, not only help in decongestion, but also improve connectivity between the key localities. So I strongly believe that Mountain area, my constituency, hold great potential for similar initiative as it connects multiple villages across different districts. So on this regard, I want to make some suggestions to the government as follows. One is construction of road from Mountain to Mauprachong village. This Mauprachong village is situated in Maukanrao CRE block. And if people of the Maukanrao block or this from Mauprachong, suppose they want to bring their agricultural produce to Mountain market. So if the government take up this road construction from Mountain to Mauprachong via this Umwat river, they have construct one bridge at this Umwat river. So will really benefit to the people of both sides. That's number one, sir. Number two, if the government take up the road construction from Mendiang to Thadrang village, this Thadrang is situated in Ropeway district, while Mendiang is under Mountain. So this will directly benefit farmers from Maukanu village, Jaroit village, Nonghali and Mendiang itself to transport their agricultural produce from this part of my area to Bhairambong market. So that's my suggestion to the government. And number three, from Sorongkha Mauting village to Tenring. This Tenring is the New Shillong. So if the government can construct the road from Sorangka Mountain to Ternring, we have to pass through this Umkhen River. Have to construct one bridge. So this will help the people to go from, even people from Jumai Chitils can go through this road to reach to the new Shillong. So this will ease out the traffic congestion in Othamai and even Mdarting, even Naikor, some other areas. So I suggest to government that in future that they should plan that this route should be constructed from Sorangka Mountain village to Ternring. That will help them to avoid this traffic congestion. Another one, number 4, I make a suggestion to the government to construct the road from Kot village to Nongchong. I think everybody knows about this Nongchong village is situated at the top of the hill, and it's a very famous village because with scenic beauty and rich in flora and fauna. And it is famous for this orange. If the government can construct the road from Kot village to Nongchong, it will be easy for people from even from Jethils to visit Nongchong, because Nongchong is a tourism hub, so to say. People are aware across India used to visit Nongchong village. So if the government can think of the road construction from Kot village to Nongchong, will be easier for the people of Jethils and from Monokaneng to visit Nongchong village. So this Kot village is not very far from Monokaneng, it's very near. So, but the government has to construct a bridge also across this river Umwat. And last one, sir, I make a humble suggestion to government that if the government can construct the road from Sorangkham to Moshibuit via Umkhen River, then they will reach last to Hapiapali. This will help to ease out the congestion in the national highway and will help improving the traffic flow. So this few submissions, I essentially urge the government to prioritize these projects for the greater benefit of our people. And I hope the government will take note of all these suggestions. With these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I request Bamir Albon Shem to take the floor, please.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, I also rise to participate and support the motion of thanks to the Governor addressed. Before I deliberate on the debate, I just like to ask a very simple question, which is general in nature to the people of the state and to each and every one of us also. The state has been built with great hope and aspiration since its inception in the year 1972. Successive government has come and goes. Deliberation initiative has been taken at different level, and we have seen that the state has witnessed many challenges in the past. But I would like to place on record to successive government leaders, statesmen who have contributed so much to the welfare of the state. Till today, we have witnessed and we have seen the positive effort that has been taken. The question is that, as a citizen of the state, do we have the sense of gratitude towards what has been done, that has been delivered in the past, and how we should respond? We understand in a vibrant democracy, each and every one of us, we are free to raise concern, issues, in respect of many fields. But at the same time, as a responsible citizen, as legislator, we must not forget the fact that good thing has been done despite of financial implication to the state, challenges, but we should be thankful, and a sense of gratitude has to prevail in future. So with regard to different steps that has been taken, and I'm thankful to His Excellency, the Governor of Meghalaya, who have addressed in this House and deliberate on different issues that has been highlighted, and in the past 1 year, in the past 2 to 3 years, where initiative has been taken. First and foremost, a very important steps that has been taken is about the safety and security in the state with regards to law and order, safety and security of women and children, where steps and initiative that has been taken by the government. We have seen the establishment of special cell for women, the establishment and the strengthening of the Meghalaya State Commission for Women, Meghalaya State Legal Aid, the Child Welfare Committee, and different initiatives that has been taken to address the issues faced at the ground, to ensure that our state will witness the safety and security of the citizen, as well as the safety and security of women and children. Strengthening of the women police station in each and every district to address many crimes that has been committed at different level. And we understand that the government is serious and this has been addressed. Even though challenges is always there, it cannot be addressed 100 out of 100, but initiative has been taken. When we talk about safety, security, despite of challenges in the border with our neighboring state Assam, in the first phase, where 6 areas of difference, it has been discussed by the two states, even though challenges and issues are there at the ground with the stakeholder and the residents at the border. But it is the first time that this government has taken this initiative to take a bold step, to take a bold decision that talk should happen through different regional committee, which is there, that has been constituted within the state. And I'm sure, and I'm very optimistic, that in the next phase of talk, in the second round of talk, with the remaining 6 areas of difference, in Langpi, Bordwar, Nongwa, Mautamur, Des Domria, Block 1, Block 2, and Psiar Khanduli, where we understand issues will be there, but it needs a collective effort across party line. Government is serious. As one of the members in the regional committee, we have been at the ground, and this is the time that the state has to come together. Different political party, different political affiliation that we have, we may argue, we may challenge, but at the end of the day, we should reach in our goal so that we could resolve these long pending issues. So I'm thankful to the government through the governor address, where traffic congestion in the state, even though it is there, but the government have tried to address. The conceptualization of the Shillong Western Bypass is a very positive move, not only to ease congestion within Shillong city, but to ease commuter who will fly in different parts of West Khasi Hill and East Khasi Hill and in different parts of the state. And we have seen positive effort that has been taken. We have seen huge amount that has been earmarked through PMGSY 3 in the state, which will transform the road sector in the state. And I'm thankful to the government of the day, under the able leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister in charge road. I must mention this for sanctioning the Lumpongdeng Sonopur Road, 58.600 kilometers, under the state scheme as well as PMGSY. Thank you so much for this, because we know road connectivity is a backbone for the economy, for the welfare, well-being of the state as a whole. And we have seen tremendous changes has happened on the road sector. I'm not saying that in the past nothing has happened. It's not like that. But things have started to move in a fast track in terms of the road sector. Not only Western Bypass or Eastern Bypass, and different connectivity within the state as a whole. So we are happy to see in the Governor address where initiative like the build-up of new assembly building. We are very optimistic, and each and every one of us who are sitting here in this August house, we are eagerly waiting when we'll have a privilege to enter. And I'm not wrong to say, maybe within this year or within the next year, we'll have a privilege to enter into the new assembly building, the temple of democracy, where we could deliberate, discuss for the welfare of our state. We have seen initiative that has been taken, the New Shillong Township, the Unity Mall, the Skill Hub, the IT Hub, the first ever integrated control and command center, which has been conceptualized, the IT Park, and other tourism sector that has been developed for the welfare of the people of the state. So, another positive impact of the central and the state government that has been initiated. First ever in the state, where the maximum number of PMAYG, Gramin, PMAYG, the household for the poor, that many beneficiaries, they have availed the PMAYG in the state. Just in recent 1 or 2 years, we have experience where many beneficiaries, they have availed, even though it has not addressed 100 out of 100, but there is a humble beginning that the central, in collaboration with the state government, they have done. And we have seen around 51,674 SHGs that has been lifted up their livelihood through National Rural Livelihood Mission. One of the very important mission to help SHGs, the women village organization at the ground, to support their livelihood, to support their skills. It is a positive initiative that has been taken. And I'm not wrong to say, with the initiative under MG and RGA, PMAYG, NRLM, and other initiatives, it is the positive step towards the right track, where the government has addressed in the past, and it will deliver in the past also. With regard to one very important issue today in the question hour, we have discussed thoroughly about 45 to 50 minutes about the Springshed across the state, which is very important subject, concern about the global warming, about the drying up of many sources of water within the state. We understand the initiative taken by the Jal Jeevan, under Jal Jeevan Mission, JJM, through the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, to try to address the issue of water scarcity, be it at the rural or even in the semi-rural area. Initiative that has been taken. FHTC as per plan, policies of the government to try to help the citizen where they will have a safe drinking water. There are challenges we understand at the ground where different headmen, villages, they complain about the source of water, especially with regards to the retrofitting and augmentation. I'm not talking about new scheme. New scheme, it has helped a lot, but we need improvement. How to address the issues of those villages which have been identified as retrofitting and augmentation scheme. I would like to suggest the government, through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, where we'll try to convert not only catchment area, but we will convert or construct a big dam, where not only one villages will benefit from that only catchment area, a small one, but around 10 to 15 and more villages from that particular source by making a dam through convergence, be it the soil department, PHE department, water resources, or MG and RGA. These are initiatives that has to be taken to address this very important water scarcity. I'm thankful to the government of the day. My constituency, Nongport town, there is a scarcity of water. But I'm thankful to the government where through JJM, even though it is a census town, it has been sanctioned. The work is in progress, but I'm talking about in future. What will happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years later on. We have to be prepared for this. We have seen the increased initiative for the farmer, especially I have met few farmers who are planting this aroma through aroma mission. I'm happy to see people in my constituency also. They plan and they are benefited and they can sell in good price. Not only aroma mission, be it milk mission, bamboo mission, jackfruit mission, there are many missions for farmers. More initiatives need to be taken care of. And we have seen in present day generation, especially coming up of many cooperative society, they have to be handhold, apart from whatever they have done from the state government through the cooperation department to handhold the cooperative society to stand in their own feet.
Honorable members, time allotted to is going to be finished. Please brief.
Yeah, just 2 to 3 minutes, sir. So with regard to one very important issue that we have seen that the government is doing is about infrastructure in the education sector with regards to for having a new building for the government LP school, which has not happened in the past, but in the present MDA 1 and MDA 2, we have seen initiative that has been taken where government LP school at the ground to address the infrastructure issue at the village level, as well as the initiative taken to establish and construct the Iklavia model of residential school, and I hope it will transform the education sector in the state. And as well as, sir, we are very optimistic about the preparation where the national games will be, state will host the national game somewhere in 2027. And I'm not wrong to say that everything is on the right track, even though challenges will be there. This is a national game, and as well as in the preparation, it is on the pipeline for the Meghalaya Games also. Recently, it was held in Jowai and in different locations where I'll take this opportunity through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, to the Honorable Chief Minister, where they will consider Ropeway also, it can host in anywhere around in the next 2 to 3 years, where we'll have a privilege to have more sports infrastructure for the benefit of people of the state. Lastly, sir, I've seen initiative where it has been taken with regard to the prison and correctional center. Good news, I have met few inmates where they have narrated to me also, where I had the privilege to visit them, where different skill, holistic approach has been taken. The craft, carpentry instructor has been there, and then for women it's for sewing, for stitching. It is a good initiative that has been taken, and I hope that it will really help them. Lastly, sir, with regards to Meghalaya Public Service Delivery System, we need more improvement, even though we are happy to see different recruitment board within the police department, health department, education department for a speedy delivery for filling up the vacancy. And I hope to see that in days to come, the delivery of the district selection committee also, it will be tasked for different DSC, and I hope that the government through a personnel department, they will initiate and instruct for a speedy recruitment at different level. Sir, due to paucity of time, there are many points, but I would like to thank you once again for allowing me to take part, to participate in the governor address. Thank you so much. I will resume my seat.
May I
Thank you.
request Matthews P. Kurban, MLA, to take the floor. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I would like to thank the Honorable Governor for addressing the House on the 28th, the beginning of session. I would also like to thank the government for implementing various policies and programs for the state of Meghalaya. I just like to raise a few points here, sir. First of all, with the PWD, sir. Of course, lots of roads are being constructed in the state by the National Highway. However, I would like to know whether the government is also involved in the construction of the road from Guwahati to Barapani to Silchar, the 25,000 crore road project which was announced in Guwahati in the last few days. Sir, in my constituency, there are many roads, the village roads, which require to be constructed, especially the road from Nongspung to Lai Nongrim, from Thain Thonro to Wa Umlauba, then also to Light Maupen. These are the roads which are very difficult to travel, especially during the summer season. When there are heavy rains, people cannot travel to these roads. With regard to power, yes, we had a load shedding free year in 2024. I hope this would continue in the near future as well. But, sir, we need to provide more power connection, especially to the BPL families and those who were provided with PMAY schemes. They have no money to pay for power supply connection to their households. And I know there are many new schemes provided by the Government of India to the power department, especially with giving new lines to the villages and to new households has come up all over the states. With regard to CNRD department, sir, I've seen there are so many loss in manpower for this various scheme of MGNREGA due to non-ability of Aadhaar cards. The manpower force has been reduced in many villages. I hope the government will take care to ensure that all the people in the state avail this Aadhaar card. With regard to PHE, sir, there has been delay in the implementation of JJM. There are many places where pipe has been provided, but water has not reached their household. I also would like to know the target of completion of this JJM, sir. So with regard to health, thank you, the government, for providing new health sub-center in my constituency. However, more sub-centers are required for my constituency because the PHC is very far from these interior villages. I would request the government to kindly look into this matter as well. Education. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Education for visiting Mao Klang last week to take stock of the progress of work. And I hope that this college will function in this year's session so that the students of my constituency and the nearby villages can avail this facility of the new college. Regarding to labor, employment and skill development, I thank the government for the new rates for the workers. However, I would like to know whether this rate is applicable or not to the teachers of different schools. Coming to arts and culture. Here is written, to ensure preservation of local culture. 12 villages were recognized as arts and craft villages for their role in protection, preservation, and promotion of Meghalaya's cultural heritage. So I would like to know whether any financial assistance can be provided to association or even to the Senghasi who tries to preserve the cultural heritage of the state. With regard to revenue and disaster management, sir, last year there have been much destruction due to hailstone in Mao Klang constituency. But however, assistance has been very slow, and most of the household were not provided with any assistance, especially with CGI sheet after their houses were hit by hailstones. There has been very much delay. Till now, none of them has got assistance. With regard to mining and geology, in last session, we were talking about this minor mining. There was a committee was formed to take care of this on sand and stone mining. I would also like to know the progress of this committee. Were any timeline for the committee to submit the report on this regard? Last but not the least is the ration card for the BPL. Many BPL families have been crying for a new ration card, sir. May I know from the government also any initiative being taken to take care of the ration cards for the BPL family? With these few submissions, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Rupert Moment to take the take the floor now.
At the very outset, I would like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to take part in the motion of thanks to the Honorable Governor address on 28 moved by Sri Sostenes Sotun, Honorable Government Chief Whip. Sir, respond to the Governor address that very articulate outlining the government plan, and highlighting the government achievement over the past 5 years. The government have made significant progress, almost all the sectors, and I'm proud to say that we have put ourselves on national and international pedestal. Our culture, produce, and arts is being recognized in both national and international arena. We have created an identity for Meghalaya which we upright deserve and have strived for since its inception. Together, we have taken long strides in development of the government and with cooperative governments and decisive leadership and dogged determination. Sir, during those 5 years, the government has taken many infrastructures development that I listed below. Shillong Technology Park for rupees 40 crores. Tura Incubation and Youth Center, the project cost is 23 crores. Upgradation of CSC to CSC, the project cost was 165 crores. 10 district administration complexes, the project cost was 150 crores. Upgradation of all blocks office, rupees 120 crores. And there are other infrastructure like many secretariats. In Tura, 25 crores, the project cost, and Joy is also 20 crores. There are in road sectors that every day 2.2 kilometers roads has been constructed daily basis. And PMGSY during 2014 to 18, 700 kilometers were constructed. But in 218 and 22, the road was constructed under PMGSY 2,418 kilometers. Sir, there are several critical roads being constructed through Meghalaya Integrated Transport Project. So there are some livelihood opportunity for all, like Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Schemes. About 500 more people employ daily basis. In 2014 to 2018, there was the state expenditure around 2,574 crores, and 2018 to 2022, at a span of 5 years, 4,506 crores was spent. Under the National Rural Livelihood Mission Self-Help Group, in 2014 to 2018, it was formed. 5,808 self-help groups were formed. And disbursement for these groups, rupees 10.46 crores were dispersed. But in 2018 to 2022, the self-help group were formed 35,486, and the disbursement was rupees 287.05. Under the community development programs, 300 cooperative society were formed, and under the emblem, and it was very helpful for our community. Under tourism sector, village tourism, 700 crores were invested under Meghalaya Ecotourism Infrastructure Development Project MEIDP. Sir, under the farmers' prosperity, Focus and Focus Plus were also formed, and under Focus, rupees 500 each individual were transferred to a person. 4.5 lakhs beneficiaries were benefited. Sir, there are many mission mood programs also initiated by the MDA 1 and MDA 2. It is Lakadong Mission, Ginger Mission, Figare Mission, Milk Mission, Jackfruit Mission, State Rice Mission, Muga Mission, Hap Mission, Spices Mission, Aroma Mission, Mushroom Mission, Honey Mission, and many more missions. Under the frames, sir, for the youth, we have 250 plus entrepreneurs were formed, and the state spent 6 crores funding dispersed for this particular entrepreneur. As per youth, that is 20,000 groups were individuals were trained, and Skill Meghalaya and the grassroots music is also sponsored by the state. Sir, in the infrastructure in sports, we have rupees 411 crores spent for tourist sports infrastructure. That is P.A. Sangma Sports Complex, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in East Khasi Hills, and West Jantia Hills as well. Sir, the MDA government resolved the long-standing border issue. A historic memorandum of understanding was signed between the state of Assam and Meghalaya in the presence of Union Home Minister Sri Amit Shahji to resolve issue of 6 out of 12 area of differences. So there are many more in the Assam and Meghalaya in Garo Hills sectors also, sir, like Dalma Adab Chinalsa, Lower Dalma Adab, Paluk Mari, Balsrek, Tin Simana Kama, and so on, sir. Sir, under the livelihood opportunity, we have so many cooperative society, and through this cooperative society, our youths are benefiting many more. Sir, in Governor address, I find some observation, home and political and police. Once again, I would like to thank for the government for creating peaceful environment in the state, and I thank to those brothers and sisters living with us peacefully, like Garo National Liberation Army and Hindu Tribe National Liberation Council and ANBC, thereby giving space for peace and prosperity within the region. It is happening because of the able leadership of Honorable Chief Minister and his cabinet colleagues. Sir, I have a few observations in my North Garo Hills region. We don't have our own district jail. At present, we are using Tura district jail, which is 100 kilometers away from Rescue Welfare Headquarters. While transporting the accused person, it is very risky matter to the department. In Karkuta, sir, we have a big area. We need a fire station. Whenever fire broke out, when the fire service reached to the particular spot, fire already consumed that particular area. And we have a long-standing border area. We need Adokre AD camp to be upgraded with sufficient staffs to keep vigilance along the border, sir. So agriculture and farmers' welfare. We are very much blessed with the MDA government that's supporting farmers for planting agriculture crops and buying back the products and making the market linkages sending to different parts of the world. Farmers are also assured by CM to support arecanut and broomgrass to protect farmers from falling market prices. This may be the first time in the history of our state. I also would like to inform that we have a big land in Karkuta block that belongs to Sambrak Seed Farm Agriculture Department. That big land, measuring about 150 hectares, is simply lying without much activities. So that area can be established like agriculture research center so as to make useful that research center, because we have experiencing that oranges and arecanut plants it has a threat and has incurable disease, and it will be helpful if we have research center in that particular place. Public Work Department, sir, on behalf of the people of North Garo Hills, I would like to thank our government. We have a major 4 or 5 bridges over Damring River, that is at Tekachang. It is completed, but yet to inaugurate. In upstream Damring Bridge, we have another bridge, Badaka over the Ildek River, Kantra and Wagiasi. These 2-3 bridges needs to be speed up, sir. Once it's completed, it will be very easy to our people to move to the district headquarters. I would like to request also the government to communicate the Assam counterpart, because we are in the border area.
Time allotted to you is going to...
Okay, sir. Okay.
Finish.
We are in the border area, so all the road connecting with Assam and Meghalaya is dilapidated condition, like Toptura to Adokre, Darangri to Karkuta, Krishnai to Mendipatar, Reshu Belpara and Bajengdoba. Even in the West Khasi Hills portion, like Malangpuna and Hatyabari, these roads which is connect with Assam and Meghalaya is a dilapidated condition. So I request the department and the government to communicate with the Assam counterpart to make it repair and upgrade this important road. In education sector, sir, I'm very proud for the Captain Williamson Sangma State University, which is under the University Grant Commission. It's a great achievement for us. And also 38 numbers of Eklavya model residential schools, which is, some of them is under construction and some are under the process of tendering. We have one in Karkuta that also should include in next tendering process. Sir, in conclusion, I have commerce and industry. After the construction of road, that National Highway 37 between us, Gwalpara and Guwahati, lots of investments are taking place in that particular area. So in North Garo Hills Plain Belt, we have plenty of space to do something like investing some industrial activities in that area, which will be benefited for our people. And I want to suggest one thing, sir. Dalu and Chittagong is only 440 kilometers away. If we can do something on that, we have lots of agriculture products in our area. So if we want to transport our agriculture products to different parts of the world, we have a very near Chittagong port that is 440 kilometers from Dalu. And that portion, in the Bangladesh portion, it has a 4-lane road and very good road, and we can make use it. Once again, sir, we have a railway connection in Meghalaya, Mendipatar, and I want to say something on that, we need upgradation connecting with Kolkata and Delhi for passenger train, and we can expand the rake loading, because in Mendipatra itself, it has not much space. If
Please
we can
wind up.
expand our
Please wind up.
railway track to original project to Depa Sarangma, that will be great help for us. So once again, I appeal all the honorable members to work together and speak a language, that language of peace and prosperity, and make our state a competitive state. With these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
May I request Baden Basmite to take the floor?
Sir, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to take part in this debate on the address by the governor. So, before I make my submission, I would like to request you, it would be fair if members belonging to the opposition are given more time, because this is the only platform where we can raise issues concerning the state and the people. It would not be fair if same amount of time is given to members belonging to the opposition and the ruling side as well, sir. So,
Honorable Member, I would like to know, let you know that the time limit is fixed by the Honorable Speaker, not by me.
Yeah.
So I
because
have to stick
15 minutes time is too less for us, sir.
I may consider
Okay,
1 or 2
sir.
minutes more.
So, before I make a submission once again, sir, I think I need to remind this House, when I hear that someone is still trying to undermine the wisdom of the people, and someone is trying to educate the people how to be grateful, we are here, we are not masters, we are servants. So, no matter what we do, it's up to the people whether they are satisfied with our performance or not. When the time comes, it's up to the people to decide whether we should come back to this House or not. So,
please initiate.
Say yes, sir. So, when I have looked at this governor address, so I've seen the mention here was made about the ambitious journey to transform Meghalaya into a $10 billion economy by 2028. So it is not bad to have a dream. It is not bad either to be ambitious. But the contention here is whether this government can really transform Meghalaya into a $10 billion economy by 2028. I'm not saying that we cannot transform Meghalaya into a $10 billion or a $100 billion economy. I will be the happiest person to see that my state is growing and is being transformed into a $10 billion economy or a $100 billion economy. So, Meghalaya, according to the MDA government, which aspires to become a $10 billion economy by 2028, because when we raise issue, we want to also see the ground reality. We are not here to blow trumpet only. We will not only supply music in the ears of the government, but we will bring the ground reality that is reflecting the state as a whole. So, Meghalaya has indeed been found to be the third poorest state after Jharkhand and Bihar. This is according to the National Multi-Dimensional Poverty Index Baseline Report 2023. So, and Meghalaya has been listed with 27.79% rate of poverty. So, as of July 2024, the unemployment rate in Meghalaya was 6.0%, which is higher than the national average at 3.2%. I would also like to bring to the notice of this August House, sir, that according to the periodic labor force survey conducted by the National Sample Survey Office revealed that 85% of the unemployment are in the age of 15 to 30 years in Meghalaya. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, when I look at these figures, I am skeptical whether the government of the day will be able to live up to its commitment to transform Meghalaya into a $10 billion economy. I don't know from where the money will come. Can we continue to avail loans from various banks? The Comptroller and Auditor General had warned that the state's borrowing trend increased by over 63% in the past 5 years and could lead the state into a debt trap. The fact of the matter, sir, is that we are already in a debt trap. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me also quote CAG report. Of the total debts, about 73% are internal in the form of market loans, ways and means advances from RBI, special securities issued to national small saving funds and loans from financial institutions. Another 23% is public account liabilities, and only 4% is loans from the central government. Sir, and the government of the day, as we know, is still availing loans after loans from various international banking institutions. I feel I have the right, and not only members belonging to the site, but the people needs to know how much of the loan had Meghalaya availed till this financial year 2024-25. How much of the loan is yet to be repaid by the government, and what kind of loan is being provided? How much of the financial support from those World Bank, Asian Development Banks, JICA and others are in the form of loans? Sir, I would like to remind this August House that Meghalaya is a non-revenue generating state. The Chief Minister himself has admitted in one of his meetings with the state tax officers that Meghalaya entirely depends heavily on central government revenue sources. Therefore, sir, my sincere question to the government is whether we are prepared to repay all these loans, and if we fail to do so, will the government of India bail us out, and are we prepared on those conditions to be laid by the government of India when the government of India decides to bail us out? Sir, I'm sure that all the right-thinking members will ponder, and there has been a discourse around that if the state government continues in this trend to take loans, one fine day we may have to face a condition that may bring problem to the state. What will happen if the government of India one fine day asks the state government to repay the loan in the form of extraction of uranium in our state? We have seen media reports recently, sir, that the government of India has set a term to the state government that they must complete these many projects, and if they fail, they have to return all the money. And when I listen to members who is praising the achievement and the programs of this government, I feel as if they are trying to take all the credit. In fact, all the schemes that we are discussing, and most of them are the central schemes, we are just the implementing agency. So we would like to hear the schemes, the projects that are being generated by the state government, not to boast about the implementation of central schemes in the state. If you talk about the water supply, Jal Jeevan, this is the central scheme. If you talk about providing household to the poor, PMAGY, this is a central scheme. Why do we feel happy to just implement. Let us try. The state government must initiate its own state schemes, what I feel, if we are really want to be proud of serving the people in the state. So, I would like to come to another para mentioned in this address.
Hey creators, let's dive into
This is in the home political and home police, where a mention was made that district council elections in 2025 was ensured through effective measures taken by the district administration and the police. So I strongly object to this statement, sir, on the pretext that a free and fair election was happening only in the Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council jurisdiction. That was not the case in Giant Hills Autonomous District Council election. I have been telling this, and I'm going to reiterate my stand, that had there been a free and fair election in JHEDC, the Voice of the People Party would have even captured the executive committee in Giant Hills District Council, sir. So, as a party, we have been informed about the kind of tradition, practices, and the culture in Giant Hills, where they have a kind of a culture that the village leaders will decide whom to support. And these village leaders will impose on the voters in their villages that they should go for one particular candidate whom the village leaders, not the villagers, but the village leaders, sir. We have registered all these highly sensitive polling stations with the district administration, with the RO, but sadly, sir, nothing. No action has been taken on the part of the district administration and the RO while conducting the recent MDC election. There was many polling stations where there was a booth rigging. Sir, I have with me few polling stations where you will think and ponder how this can happen. In Mulamuna A polling station, out of 609 total votes, valid votes, 593 vote goes to one candidate sponsoring by the village leaders. And out of 604 in Mulamuna B, 589 votes went to the person sponsored by the village leaders. And in Wapung Skur A, out of 782, 656 goes to one person sponsored, supported by the village leaders. And in Clarion East, out of 780, imagine what kind of an election is this? 780, 778 go to one person, sponsored, supported by the village leaders. And out of 872, 862 again went to the candidate.
महासागर जो कभी एक विशाल और रहस्यमय सीमा हुआ करते थे, अब ऐसे रहस्यों को उजागर कर रही है.
People were asked to surrender their epic to the village leaders. One of our polling agents in Maya Club, Nartiang constituency, was abducted for many hours on that day. And another fellow in Shiliang Mintang constituency was taken by these opponents. They were about to throw him from the bridge. And how can you say that there is a free and fair election, sir? And I have with me also a copy of FIR. There are many, in fact, FIR which we have complained to the police department. And I'm telling you, as a party who represent the voice of the people party, we will not sit idle. We will not leave the stone unturned till the people of Giant Hills are getting the opportunity to exercise their franchise freely. I'm asking this to the Chief Minister of the state. I'm not asking to Mr. Conrad Sangma as an individual, but as the Chief Minister of the state. He is not only the leader of the Treasury bench, sir. He is also our leader and the leader of the state. Can he sleep peacefully when he knows that his people cannot exercise freely their franchise in our our state. So therefore, sir, I strongly object this paragraph mentioned in this address. Sir, this is just one. Let me read out this FIR submitted by the people who suffered from the high-handedness of these people in the village. To the Superintendent of Police, East Giant Hills District, Clariot, complaint, come first information report. Respected sir, I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to formally complain and report a distressing incident that occurred on February 21, 2025 during the JHEDC election in Tolo village. At approximately noon, I, Mrs. Ferrio, Nok Dumai Simply, being a polling agent of the VPP party on that day, found myself threatened by certain people for stopping them from attempting to proxy vote for legitimate voters. The atmosphere was tense, with heated exchange escalating into threats directed towards me and my family. They made menacing remarks indicating they would forcibly evict my family from our home in the village, a blatant violation of our rights and a clear affront to the JHEDC Act. Furthermore, I must bring to your attention a subsequent attack on my house that occurred on February 24, 2025. I became the target of a violent mob at our residence in Tolo village. I have strong reasons to believe that the same individuals who threatened me were responsible for assault. I kindly urge you to investigate these incidents and take appropriate action to ensure the safety of my family and uphold the electoral process in our community.
And remember, the time allotted to you is going to be up. Please kindly wind up.
Yes, sir, you can do since I have already expressed that it would be fair. So I've just
I have already expressed my inability to comply with your request.
If this is the case, that means we belonging to this bench will have to sit quiet, maybe from tomorrow, and just tie up with a black handkerchief. Let us, because there is no point. So many things, sir. This address, sir, is a 23 pages. How would it be fair for the members belonging to the opposition to get 10, 15 minutes only? If that is the case, I stop, sir.
We should be very fair to each and everybody, because there is no discrimination. Huh? So may I request Honorable Member Sri Walamaki to take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to take part on the motion of thanks to the Governor address moved by Sri Sostina Sotun, our government chief whip. Firstly, sir, I would like to place my sincere thanks to the Honorable Governor of Meghalaya for addressing our August House. Even though he was not well, sir, but still he took the pain to come and grace us by his address. So through you, sir, I would like to send my sincere regard and best wishes for his speedy recovery. Sir, at the very outset, I would like to congratulate the MDA government, especially our Honorable Chief Minister and his Council of Ministers, for the kind of development which is happening in the state right now. No doubt, sir, when I look at this booklet, this is just an highlight of all the development of the government. But I still feel, sir, this is very less in compared to the things which is happening on the ground. But, sir, I won't talk much about that. But I just would like to take this opportunity to flag few issues which need immediate attention and intervention from the government. Firstly, sir, on the power department, I would like to request, just one small request to the department, that to make sure that the bill to is sent every month to the consumer. Because, sir, I have been receiving many complaints that there are many villages which don't receive the bill regularly every month, which ultimately led them to unable to pay their bills, sir. Secondly, sir, on the community and rural development, sir, I would like to request the department that just recently all the BDOs have received one letter from the department to stop on the sanctioning of retaining wall. Sir, we do understand we are hilly areas, not like plain. Sir, if we construct a small CC road, also we will be needing this retaining wall. So for this, sir, I'd like to urge the department to please look into this, because there are many VECs who have been demoralized from this notification, sir. Another, sir, on the public health engineering department, sir, I'd like to bring the attention of the department on one approach road to the treatment plant of the Jowai water supply scheme in Or Clark, Himusniang. Sir, this approach road last year we have got sanction for resurfacing of all the road in Jowai. But when I come across to this road, when I asked the PHE department to hand it over to the PHE department, then the executive engineer told me that they are unable to do that because below the road lies the major pipe, the big pipe which supply the Jowai town. So from their end, they are saying that they are unable to hand over this road, since if there is any emergency that need to be repaired to this pipe, then they have to seek permission from the PWD department. So that's why this road is, I cannot get it done from the PWD department. So I urge the PHE department to please to sanction as soon as possible, because there are many houses who are residing on the side of this road, which they are facing difficulties at the moment, sir. Another issue, sir, I'm so happy to see that the department is implementing many big, large water supply schemes to different major cities and towns in the state, from Shillong, New Shillong, Williamnagar, Nongstoin, Ampati, and Tura. So I would like to remind the department, sir, that Jowai also need such large schemes, since we have a very old water supply scheme sanctioned way back 2003-2004. So that's why, sir, I'd like to urge the department to please sanction a new scheme for Jowai, sir. Another issue, sir, I'd like to request is on the housing department. I think many of our MLA belonging from the urban area will agree on me on this. That's from the housing, we used to get this Chief Minister Housing Assistance Program, where CGI sheet is given to the low-income group and economically weaker section household. But it's urban areas, sir, I have come across, it's very difficult for me, because there is no, there are very less people where I can give CGI sheet. So for this, sir, I'd like to request the department if they can change on the urban area, if some other equipment can be given in place of CGI sheet, or if a direct financial assistance can be given. I think it will be very helpful for the people, for the low-income people residing in the urban areas, sir. Lastly, sir, I'd like to bring to the attention of the House, and especially on the revenue and disaster management, sir. That's in Jowai and in the whole of Giant Hills, we don't have this rescue equipment, sir. Last year, sir, I'd like to share one incident where, because this flash flood has become very common nowadays. So there was one incident, sir, where one person got stranded on the other side of the river. And we have to wait for many hours for a speedboat to come from all the way from Shillong, sir. So this is very serious issue, sir. So I'd like to urge the department, the Revenue and Disaster Department, to please, as soon as possible, to provide us with the equipment for rescue, sir. So these are just a few issues, sir, because I don't want to dwell much, because since we'll be getting many of the opportunity. But I'm very, as representative as an MLA from Giant Hills region, sir. I'm very disturbed and very sad to hear one of the accusations just now, sir, that we didn't have a free and fair election in Giant Hills, sir. It's so sad to hear, sir, from a very senior leader, sir, that in an area where they won, it's a free and fair, where they lose, it's not free and fair. So it's very sad, sir, and I hope that I'm very disturbed to hear such kind of accusation, because I think the people of Giantia have voted, have given their mandate just recently. So for this, I think all the district administration, the police, and everyone, the election department has worked so hard for the free and fair election. But it's so sad, sir. But nevertheless, sir, it's what can we say? What can we say, sir? It's very common, like last in the other state also, where some party lose, then it is the cause of the EVM and so on. It's so sad, sir, to hear such a senior leader. So with these few submissions, sir, I don't want to continue much. So once again, I would like to thank the Honorable Governor for his address, sir. Thank you, and thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. May I request Jim M. Sangma to take the floor?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate in the motion of thanks and the debate on Governor address. On the very outset, I'd like to thank Chief Minister, the Council of Ministers, even MLAs, and the officials, government officials also, working tirelessly for overall growth and development of our state. So as we are looking to achieve $10 billion, I like the idea, sir. I like the idea of vision. There is saying in the Bible, sir, where there is no vision, people perish. But at least we have a vision in our state, that we have a vision of $10 billion, $10 billion US dollars by 2028. So I personally, I frame and hoping that we will be going to achieve that $10 billion by 2028. So the overall growth and economic conditions of our state has drastically changed and improved in the last 6 and 7 years. We also can witness the improvement and the development of many sectors like roads, power, education, water supply, health and tourism, and agriculture and sports also. So, Shillong, capital of Meghalaya, our state, Tura, Joy, and other district headquarters, even civil subdivisions and CNRD blocks have been received a huge fund in this government in the last 6 and 7 years for the development. I would like to thank government also for bringing some important major development in sector like construction of new Shillong city, new IT park at Tura, Shillong Dauki Highway, Tura Dalu Road project, development of Skywalk and tourist hub at Dimdet, planning to construct the new secretariat building is also very great, sir. It's a great initiative taken by the government. And the new Shillong water supply scheme, new assembly building at Shillong, and even the mini secretariat building at Tura also. Sir, in the sports department, in the sports sector, I would also like to thank the government for taking initiative. Especially I like to thank Sports Minister also to improve the sports and youth affairs in our government. In the last 2 or 3 years, we can hold the Meghalaya Games in every district headquarters, like Chura, Joy, and we are also hoping that we also can be organized, can be held in other district headquarters also in the next future. By holding this type of events in our district headquarters, it really bring our youths together and for the better relationship with each other. Sir, I remember one thing that's happened in last July Meghalaya Games. One Garos boy, athletics from North Garo Hills, his name is Henry Sangma. He beautifully sings one Pinar song in the, I think this is the last day of this event. It's a great sign of growing relationships among the peoples of the different tribes in Meghalaya, like among the Garo, Khasi, Jaintia, and others also. So I like to thank Sir also, Honorable Chief Minister also, to bringing all this together in a one platform. I firstly like the idea of the government vision, sir. The idea of Meghalaya as the football capital of India. Yes, I would like to thank government and sports department also for successfully, last time we have successfully integrated the Indian Super League at Shillong. It's a great also, sir. And also in the history of Meghalaya, for the very first time, so we are going to host the 39 national game in 2029. On behalf of my constituency also, I'd like to thank the department, sports department, and the government also for sanctioning of new sports stadium for my constituency, that is Rongjeng, sir. Sir, on the field of education, I would also like to thank the government and especially education minister also for improving the state education system and infrastructures also. In the last few years, we have opening up the government college, People's College, Degree Middle College in Rongjeng and Patarkama. New schools building has been constructed for all government schools. And sir, mostly with my heart, I like to thank the government also for Captain Williamson Sangma State University for the very first time in Meghalaya. So, under the flagship program, I also like to thank the government also for taking initiative of various flagship programs like CM Elevate, Yes Meghalaya, Focus Plus, Figure Mission. These have been very much benefited to the farmers, not only for the farmers, sir. This is also benefited for the businessmen and for the local youth also. Under CM Elevate scheme, sir, has positively impacted over 2,800 beneficiaries through 12 specialized sub-schemes also, sir. And sir, I like to especially thank for the CM Connect. The CM Connect also can bring the people, the problems of the people to the government. Sir, the people, the laymen of our citizens can understand, they can ask the different schemes of our of our government for them. Finally, sir, I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the winter capital in Tura. Sir, this winter capital is a long and cherished demand, and it's the desires and aspirations of the people of Garo Hills, sir. So, sir, I like to mention in the House about the winter capital of Tura. It would have been more benefited for the people of Garo Hills also. If we could have the winter capital in Tura, it really can bring the people closer to the administration and the other development processes also. So I don't want to take much time, sir. With these few words, I like to resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May I ask Charles Marangar, MLA, to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part to the motion of thanks on Governor Address. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, before giving my speech, I would like to remind this August House. I'm standing here not just for my own benefit, for my party benefit, but as a responsible leader. It is my duty to educate people to have a sense of gratitude. One little girl wrote an essay. Gratitude is the memory of the heart. I always remember when I was with the former Chief Minister as his personal assistant, Dr. Developmental. He always told me, don't miss to say thank you and count your blessing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will not take much time. I'll just touch a few points on this motion of thanks on Governor Address. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, talking about Home Police. In the Governor Address, he mentioned that the main objective of the state government is to promote peace and security and well-being of its citizens. Yes, as a local representative representing Mauhati Constituency, I agree that during the last year, our people in my constituency who live in border area with Assam, known as Block 2, live in peace and harmony. I would like to thank to the Honorable Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister in charge Home Police for your kind intervention. I cannot count how many times our Honorable Chief Minister contacted the CEM of the Karbi Autonomous Council and also the Chief Minister of Assam in front of me. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to inform this August House through you that after 52 years of statehood, there are some villages, schoolless village, in my constituency in border area. Today I'm happy to inform this August House that this is the first time that the Chief Minister of Meghalaya given school building through his CMSDF in those villages. The construction of work is under process. This has shown that there is a peace and security in our state, especially in border area in my constituency. While standing here talking about that, I hope the people in border area agree with me. I have one request to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge home. To you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to kindly give more manpower of forces in Maulosnai outposts for the safety and security of the people in border area. Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister, for your goodness and kindness, and fulfill my dream for the people in border area. Point number 2, talking about the Public Works Department. We cannot deny the fact that our government is playing a crucial role in the state's development. We have seen by our own eyes that many roads projects have been sanctioned. Thank you so much for the 4 PMGSY roads have been sanctioned in my constituency. That is Maurong Road, 16 kilometers, the Maulosnai to Kudahati Road, 20 kilometers, Pamlata Road, 8 kilometers, and the Lumpongdeng Road, 16 kilometers. And thank you so much for the construction of many roads, including MBT, in my constituency. As you know, my constituency is needed more connectivity roads from one village to another village, and especially the 40 kilometers pending roads from Sonidan to Umsiang, Jaki Road, called Umsning Jaki Road. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I stand before you, I'm filled with immense pride and gratitude. Pride in the unwavering spirit of our people, and gratitude for the government, for the support and commitment shown by the government and our Chief Minister for the creation of new CNRD block. Thank you so much. This new block is not merely a structure. It is a beacon of hope, a symbol of progress, and a testament to our collective vision for a brighter future. The words of Mahatma Gandhi, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. This block will provide us with the tools and resources necessary to uplift our communities, foster development, and enhance the quality of life for all. Once again, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister and his cabinet. 52 years of statehood, my people from Amjong, from Ampreng, from border area, Umsiang area, they have to come about 110 kilometers to reach Umsning CNRD block. Just for the old age pension, just for the PMGAY schemes and other schemes. But today, after creation of new CNRD block Mauhati, it will be a blessing for my people of 66 villages to come to a nearby C and RD block with 40 to 30 kilometers. But sir, on behalf of the people of my Mawati constituency, I'm standing here to request you to kindly make sure for the smooth functioning of this new C and RD block at the earliest possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. As I have said, I will not take much time. But once again, I'm standing here to request. I'm standing here to request not only the people of my constituency, but the people of the state as a whole, that we should have a sense of gratitude. Not to point out our fingers, not just to point out our fingers to the present government. We should also look what the government has done in the last few years. With these few words, I once again congratulate our Chief Minister and his cabinet, and also I'm standing here once again to support the address given by the governor on the 28th of February 2025. With these few words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask honorable member Brightingwell Marmanyang to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the very outset, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to take part in the discussion with regard to the Governor's address. Though there are many issues that I would like to raise as far as the address made by the Governor, but due to, as I understand, due to paucity of time, I won't take much of the time, but I would like to just pinpoint some of the important issues that I would like to highlight as per the address made by the Governor. The first point that I would like to raise is with regard to public works.
Honorable member, it is 2 o'clock. Please sit down. In exercise of the rules 11 for 2 of the rules of procedure and conduct of business in the Meghalaya House, I extend the House till all the members who have given their name have participated, and this item is disposed of. You may take the floor. Initiative.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So I would like to mention first with regard to public works. Yes, there are a number of projects that has been undertaken even within my constituency, one of which is the PMGSY road being constructed from Lumpongdeng to Mausiat Knam. But then there is a few kilometer stretch of road from Mausiat Knam to Nongtrao village in Ribhoi district, where I would like to request the minister concerned to kindly look into this matter. In fact, I have talked with the Honorable MLA from Umroi, because this comes under Umroi constituency and Maulai constituency. In fact, it is an inter-district road, where I would like the government to kindly look into this matter to connect from Mausiat Knam to Nongtrao village through this PMGSY road. And coming to power, yes, it is. We are happy to have a year where we don't have any load shedding. But then coming to my constituency, though there is no load shedding, but there is frequent interrupted power supply within my constituency. So I would like to request the minister concerned to kindly look into this matter, where even yesterday also almost the whole day we are left with no power. And this is not just a one-off incident that happened yesterday, but in fact throughout the year, this winter, my constituency has been badly disrupted with the frequent power cut in my constituency. And then this has also come to my notice, where in the last few months there has been a substantial increase as far as electricity bills is concerned, not just in my constituency, but I've got complaints throughout the state where there has been a complaint where there has been an increase, a substantial increase as far as the electricity bills is concerned. So I would like the minister concerned to kindly look into this matter. And another point that I would like to raise is with regards to the CNRD department. The main concern here is with regard to the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guaranteed Act, where there are two components here. One is the wage aspect and the other one is the material aspect. And as far as the wage is concerned, there is no complaint, where people have been receiving their wage immediately after the work is done. But then the main concern is with regard to materials, where mostly this is a problem with every VEC, where mostly it took almost 1 year for them to receive money as far as materials is concerned. So this has been a problem as far as implementing new developmental works under the MGNRE GA. And another point that I would like to raise is with regard to the public health engineering. Yes, it is as far as the governor address is concerned, where 81% houses have been covered till January 2025. But sad to say, in my constituency, as far as the percentage is concerned, I feel that it is very less, especially the area from Maulai Omthlong and then Maulai Moyong, where we have not yet received even a single drop of water. So I would like to highlight this point before the Honourable Minister to kindly look into this into this matter. And then coming to agriculture, in fact last year what happened was there was a hailstorm in the month of November, where me personally I have written a letter to the minister concerned to kindly look into this matter, where not just in my constituency, yes, I went there on the ground with my own eyes to see the extent of the damage that is being done on the paddy field. But this is not just in my constituency, but it is throughout the state. And I've written to the Honourable Minister to kindly look into this matter, where if there is anything that the government can do to compensate as far as the loss incurred by the farmers due to hailstorm. And in fact, when I interact with the farmers within my constituency, they have told me that even in 2023, the same incident have happened, and people from the department concerned has come to assess the damage, but till date, they have not received any compensation from the government. So I would like to air my grievances to the Honourable Minister to kindly look into this matter. And apart from that, I would like to raise one final point here with regards to Chief Minister's Secretariat, where under the CMSDF, where I can see here that an amount of 25 crores have been sanctioned in the year 2024-25. In fact, from my side, as a local MLA, I have written a proposal to the Chief Minister for the year 23-24 and 24-25 for some work within my constituency. But sad to say that till date, I have not received any response from the CM Secretariat, and I will request the Chief Minister to kindly look into this proposal which I have sent from my side within my constituency. So with these few points, I would like to resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Now may I request Ronnie Lingdo?
He's just gone for a...
Acha. Okay then, I'll give...
So may I speak in the meanwhile?
Have you given the list? You have not given the list. Anyway, you can speak.
Thank you, sir. So I would also like to join with the members of the House in thanking the Honorable Governor for his address and speak on a few points only, which I feel is quite relevant in the matters of the state and my constituency also. So, way back in 2018, I was on my feet requesting the Honorable Chief Minister to look into matters which were related to decongestion of the city. Because this has been a persistent problem, and wherever you go, in whichever gathering you meet people, first thing comes into mind is traffic jams. Then we had suggested, in fact, I suggested to the Honorable CM at that time, that perhaps we should look into having school buses compulsorily for all the schools in Shillong town and perhaps in Tura and Jawai also. The matter would be examined was the reply of the Honorable Chief Minister. I'm glad, sir, that this matter has been examined. Because a couple of days ago, I received a report from the Sustainable Transport and Efficient Mobility Society, STEMS. Now, coincidentally or ironically, these buses, the company that runs it, it's called STEMS, the society. But STEM is also a color, yellow color, the word in the local language in Khasi. No? Bus STEM they call it, means the yellow bus. And it's painted yellow also. In this report, if you see, sir, the arguments that were raised by many members of society was that having buses will be difficult, which will clog the streets even more. If you go through this report, sir, which has been made by the society under the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Isawanda Lalu, there are testimonials from both students and teachers. Parents, these are testimonials from parents. My children ride with a smile. Smaller buses should be implemented for smaller routes and roads. It's good, safe, and comfortable for our kids. Expansion of the bus route network to cover more areas. One STEMS bus, takes 10 cars off the road but occupies the space of 2.5 cars, effectively freeing up space of approximately 8 cars. For carbon emissions and fuel savings, the data is adjusted based on STEMS, fuel use and carbon emission. And they also given STEMS has significantly eased traffic congestion, promoting sustainable urban mobility and making Shillong a more livable city for its residents. There are a lot of testimonies, sir. All positive testimonies. So I must thank the society under the government who has created it for taking this issue seriously. So I received this perhaps because some of the buses are parked in my compound for lack of space. But here, sir, there's one question I'd like the government to do, the Transport Department, is urge upon the schools that having STEM buses, having buses for the children to go to school is a very, very viable option, and the testimonials prove it. Otherwise, we were under the impression that we can't send our children to school or my grandchildren in a bus because of danger. Nowhere has there been an incident of any child being hurt physically or even in any other manner. So this is a very good document that's been prepared, which should be shared by all, and I hope the government will take this seriously and thereby reduce the number of cars on the road, which has been proved by just 30 buses that today ply. Can you imagine the change would have had if we have 300 buses, or at least 100 to start with? You will see the change in the thing. This is what I was asking for, and it has been answered by the society under Isawa and Lalo. So that is one point. The other point is, only buses, we need roads. So recently during the MDC elections, in my constituency, almost every road was dug up because the nalas, the drains had to be made more better, roads had to be surfaced. I told the House, the Honorable Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, that we needed it many years ago. You have to improve the roads, you have to widen the roads. There are two areas where the roads can be, where the widening can be done, and that is in Lapalang village and Rinja. Rinja, where the PNT post office is. If we write to the department, they will give us the land, and that place can be expanded, whereby we ease the traffic woes that happen around this junction, and even the agricultural land in Lapalang, where the Honorable Minister of Agriculture at that time, I think Kongam Preen was there. We had tried to work together, but somehow something didn't materialize. I would request the Chief Minister to kindly look into this also, because this will help mobility and ease congestion of Shillong city. Like I claimed in the last session, that to enter Shillong you have to pass Nongthumai, and to enter into New Shillong you have to pass Nongthumai. So unless this bottleneck is cleared, with the intention of clearing the roads, not helping me, but the people of the state, of the people who live around it, it will be a great boon to ease congestion, and the talks of congestion and traffic jams every day will somehow slowly start disappearing. This is what we want to see, sir. Yes, sir. About the ropeway that is going to be built. I understand we need it. And the Chief Minister took 45 minutes explaining to us about how we protect everything. But one thing that was a little disturbing to me was that when you have a forest cover on both sides, and you have a fire line that actually stops the fires from spreading from one part of the forest to the other, that's the normal practice all over the world. But if you put the ropeway on that stretch, what happens if the ropeway gets burned then? It will be a major infrastructure loss. Perhaps some system must be there, otherwise they wouldn't have thought of this idea, but just came to our mind, so I would want that clarification on that. And the other, sir, is the construction of the bridge from MES to Umpling and then entering New Shillong. I would believe a proposal has been put up, the estimates have been done. I'd like to know the status of that.
Your allotted time is going to be up. Please kindly wind up.
I will, sir. So that's also, since we will have more time on different occasions to speak, I would once again thank the Governor for his address and hope that the things I have raised will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request the Honorable LO to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for giving me this time for participating in this very amendment motion tabled by one of the honorable members from this August House, Sri Rupa M. Marak, honorable member from Dadengri. Amendment to the motion of thanks to the governor's address. The issues which definitely attracted the attention of the members of this August House have to some extent been already highlighted in the proposed amendment. It's as a matter of practice, but obviously the issues which draw our attention revolves around almost all the sectors. But I would like to be very brief, particularly pertaining to few of the sectors, few of the departments. Concerning the policy matter, since we are debating on the governor's address, the debate revolves around the policy. Specific to schemes and areas of developmental concern which is confined to respective constituencies, we will leave it for the space available for each one of us for during the budget discussion. So ideally we look at the policy direction of the government when we look at the governor's address. Now the governor has been pleased, Honorable Governor has been pleased to, in a nutshell, to the extent possible, in this address, reflected the policies adopted by the government, which also reflects the focus and priority of the government. Therefore, the issue of amendment. Now, the focus is required to be reflected here, keeping in mind as to how these policy decisions concerning various interventions for the progress and prosperity of the state and well-being of the generation next can be effectively implemented. We have, through our experience, known that initiatives notwithstanding, programs and various noble ideas, though we embark upon, the ultimate end result is determined by the manner of implementation. And in our given context, I think from experiences, we also know that the issue of transparency at the time of implementation of the program is very crucial for the government and for all the departments, because the overall end result, the outcome of every initiative must be for the good of the people. Every single paisa, every single rupee that we spend from public exchequer must be for public good. And when we talk about the public good, then the whole spirit of this service to the people revolves around in respect of how to look at the developmental gaps and address the concern of areas which are perceived to have been struggling to keep pace with the rest of the areas in the state. Even when we talk about the nation as a whole, we always talk about Northeast as to how we are, to a great extent, handicapped because of historical reasons. And therefore, we ask Government of India to have a special consideration in the funding pattern. That's the reason why we see 90:10 for Northeast, for special category states. For rest of the country, it is not the same. The spirit of our focus on areas of concern as well as areas where there are perceived developmental gaps is the crucial thing. I was listening to the reply of the Honorable Deputy CM pertaining to the question tabled that start question number 3 about the proposal of creation of Laskain civil subdivision. Now we have created districts, we have created civil subdivisions, we have created police stations all across the states in the preceding years. We have looked at the actual requirement based on the experiences that we have had the privilege of having in the past, in the preceding years, preceding decades. Therefore, we looked at the necessity. Now we are talking about this area which has been one of the areas where the administration, district administration, the state administration has been really confronted by a very peculiar kind of challenges, keeping in mind what happens in the Assam-Meghalaya border. We already have the unpleasant memory of what has happened just before the election. So these are the areas which probably should draw the attention of the government, and therefore, when the response of the government to a given perceived need of the area is concerned, based on what we are doing, I think we have to take cognizance of a principle stand, which should be the guiding principle. Now, I'm happy. I would like to congratulate the government for having at least taken some measures to materialize many of the initiatives that were embarked upon by the preceding government. I would like to thank Honorable Chief Minister and his cabinet colleagues and the department for at least trying to start the state university. I had the privilege of laying the foundation stone for the building, but it took 7 years. That is something which should be again a point which should be used as a reminder for us. Are we really giving due weightage to certain initiatives which are based on the actual need of the state? Now, only if you look at the address of the Honorable Governor, this has a reference to queer. Maybe if we were not confronted by this challenge of queer, maybe the government would have still not taken this on a priority basis. This is how I read between the lines. Therefore, I think in 2018-19, I had the privilege of making submission before this August House in a similar earnest. Number of initiatives. Look at MITP. Look at the quantum of money. 2017, this program was implemented. Yeah, this program was approved with a huge support from World Bank. Now we are in how many years? 2017. The same first package, we are still not yet able to consume, spend. We tried to look at this fund which is available for us because the state was in a position to really avail these EAPs, schemes under EAPs, because of a credit rating that we positioned ourselves with. Many of the states who tried along with us, they did not get, because our state was actually, hats off to all my predecessors as well, fiscally well-managed state. We never tried to, from the FRBM Act, we never tried to deviate. If there was a time when there was some unforeseen challenges which forced the state to somehow deviate from the whole mandate of FRBM Act, we tried to do course correction immediately. I would well appreciate the submission made by honorable member from Maukurwa, who has actually confessed the fact that the good things that the government do, people must know. That is the reason why transparency. And you Google, which is the state which has embarked upon an initiative to ensure transparency in the implementation of government schemes, Meghalaya. So these important initiatives, which becomes a brand of this beautiful state, must be leveraged upon and utilized in a manner. Meghalaya Community Participation and Public Services Social Audit Act 2017. This social auditing will enable the government to have on a real-time monitoring on a real-time basis, auditing on a real-time basis. Not like CAG. CAG does their auditing, but it's a post-mortem. So I would like to urge upon the government, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, please look at the efficacy and the overall outcome that this particular piece of
legislation can bring about in the matter of implementation of program and the transparency associated with every implementation of the program. That will help the government to know where things are not going the way it should be. And this will also be a deterrence, because the social auditing pattern involves the community at the time of implementation of the program, giving a complete insight into the complete scope of works of different components of work under the program. Therefore, if this particular piece of act, which has been appreciated by all, is not effectively being given due weightage, I think it's time for us to look back and utilize it. Weaponize it for the good of the people. Weaponize it for the good of the state. For every department, we have indicated limited numbers of departments at the initial stage, but it's up to the government to expand it and include many more departments. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when we look at these few areas of concern which the mover of the amendment motion has flagged on health, I believe everyone in this August House will agree with me that the cost of healthcare facilities for the people has become unaffordable. Yes, we have comprehensive, universal health insurance program to support the people, but we have gone wrong. I have cautioned in 2018-19 that when we implement this health insurance program, are we doing it in the right earnest? No, we are going in the wrong direction. Because having been author of this MHIS, I had the felt responsibility of sharing my concern while the implementation of the program was being done. I appreciate the Honorable Prime Minister acknowledged this initiative and in fact requested all the state governments to emulate this health insurance program. When the states delayed, he came up with his Ayushman Bharat. Today we are lucky that this program is there, but what has happened? This health insurance program has become more like an instrument for the hospitals to trap the patient parties. Because earlier, the patient parties who were reluctant to go to hospital because of not having the kind of resources and money, now because of the smart card they go. But after going they get trapped because the cost is not covered by the insurance amount. So this needs to be corrected. How do we correct it? The common sense is that when we want to buy anything, we should know the price because we are paying. Now, does the department know what is the cost of cost being charged by the hospital concerned about appendectomy, about cholecystectomy, about any other disease which is covered, any other treatment, courses of treatment covered under the MHIS and the Ayushman Bharat? No. So it's as bad as giving a blank check to somebody and he draws it. Therefore, the cost of treatment has shown that continuous ascending order all across the country, because both union government and the state government, we have failed to understand the complicacy associated with the implementation of this program. Can we correct it? Yes, but then you have to take on board Government of India. Otherwise, the cost of healthcare will shoot up so much. It will be beyond the capacity of the government to support. The whole premium of insurance will go on increasing and increasing. So these are issues, I think, I would request the Honorable Minister in charge to call a meeting. I'll be there. Call others also. The officers who were involved in implementing at the initial stage, call them. We are there. Let us share. Therefore, these are crucial initiatives and these are linked with life and death of the people and economy of the people. People who have somehow crossed the barrier of poverty are slipping back. Then another issue.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, your time is up. However, considering your positions as a Leader of the Opposition, I give you 10 minutes more.
Give me some more time, I will be only constructive. Yeah, I'll be only constructive. Because the Chief Minister doesn't call me for any discussion nor any minister, so let me take this opportunity to make my submission. You take it or you throw it, it's up to you. But my point is concern. Another important issue. We're talking about medical college.
Medical college. See, why we went for Tura Medical College? Because somehow collectively, state and union, we were architect of this new initiative where Government of India extended support for establishing new medical colleges for the states. But what is the criteria? Criteria is that the criteria for identification of district under the scheme is district referral hospitals of the districts where there is no medical college. That's why Tura. But we have taken so much of time. Everything has been done. The land in Doldigri, which was donated, gift, 300 bigas, means 100 acres of land, given free. So idea was that rather than going to LA, which takes its own time, we wanted the community to donate. They were generous. We got it. Complete it. Get some more money. Put it in Riboy. I remember when we were discussing with our colleagues from Riboy, I said the next money when we get, we will put somewhere in Riboy. Because Shillong, East Khasis does not qualify for this criteria. So you have to complete Tura immediately. Get that money for any of the other districts. This is here, this money. Nagaland, who got after us, have already completed and established medical college. We feel sad. We feel sad. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, Deputy Speaker, sir, these are few important issues. There may be hurdles. There is a way of overcoming the hurdles. So kindly complete this Tura Medical College and ask money from Government of India for Riboy or Giant Hills, whichever. They will give. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I think there are lots which we should discuss and flag before the government and the concerned ministers. Then in education. If we go by this Samagra Shiksha and Government of India's support to the states, extending to all the states and union territories, we have failed. Because the program will be over in another year. In another year, we have to ask for extension. In the meantime, we have lost the precious time for getting all those money, which is inclusive of all, from pre-schooling to class 12. So there's lots of things that is required to be done. I think the overall posting of officers, dedicated team in the department concerned to pursue these things, I see lots of consultants for all other schemes, all other EAPs. Why don't you have one dedicated team in education department? Because it's such a vast department, it's a very complicated department. I have run it myself. I have burnt my fingers also. Yeah, so it is a complex department. Burden of running this department. Please have one dedicated team. You have so many retired officers. Similarly, that inclusion of our languages into 8th schedule. These are also connected with all well-versed officers who were sifted after the regime change. That's why the delay. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, ours is a job to look at all those areas of concern, and if there are loopholes, to flag. And government must be prompt enough to respond and take corrective measures. When we look at the MMDR, the mining and geology, we look at reference only for coal mining. What about other minor minerals? What is happening in West Garo Hills? What is happening in the plain belts of West Garo Hills? What is happening in the Assam-Meghalaya border in Riboy districts? All the degradation of environment. How many times NGT has gone there, cracked the whip? Why is it happening? Is the officers not being held responsible and accountable? The MMDR Act makes it binding on the officers concerned to take cognizance of any omission and commission under the Section 21 of MMDR Act. It is a cognizable offense, like the POCSO. Nobody has to tell, nobody has to prove. Once any information is brought, that is required to be taken into cognizance and act upon as per the law. So I would like to urge upon the concern about environment, mitigation of climate change effects. I think these are what we have seen many of the initiatives, the leaders, authorities, all concerned, community leaders, really expressing concern about the overall impact of climate change. We are seeing what is happening globally. Therefore, we must walk the talk. We must demonstrate our commitment towards addressing these concerns, which has irreversible adverse ramification on the environment across the state. These are areas of concern. So mining and geology department should not think that its responsibility revolves around only coal mining. There are many other mines, there are many other minerals. We are glad that we were able to convince Government of India to at least not talk about uranium during our time. I had the privilege of requesting the then Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, please sir, don't talk about uranium anymore because our people are opposed to it. They agreed. Then what happened to the mention about railway lines? Railway lines. If we have been able to have that first alignment of Tetilia to Barnihad without any opposition, opposition was there, but we addressed the concern. All the people of the state, including the groups who represent different vigilant, alert NGOs. What is their condition? They say that address the issue and concern of illegal immigration and uncontrolled influx so that our demography does not get disturbed. Our population must not be disturbed because our Garo Khasi Zantias, our population, were microscopic in terms of population. So kindly have a consultation and discussion. Meghalaya should not be seen as though Meghalaya is so scared of getting a railway line. When railway line is there connecting up to Mendi, eastern side we don't have, then what will be the convincing point by which we will be engaging ourselves with others when they ask questions? That in Khasi Hills you don't have, in Garo Hills you have. I have had the privilege of involving all the political parties. We came up with that robust law, which was an offshoot of collective engagement of all the political parties, MRSSA 2016. It is effective tool. Can you utilize it? I think what went wrong was because immediately in 2019, the government said that, okay, this act needs to be further amended and improved, giving a perception that it is not good enough. It is good enough. Implement it first. Take everyone on board. Start consultation again. I would, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, urge the Chief Minister to call for an engagement and discussion with all concerned, including the oppositions. Let us discuss exhaustively and find a way. Otherwise, now you'll say, okay, instead of Barnihad, we will take it to Clarion. It is not the way to solve problems. If there are concerns, why cannot we address the concern? I think collectively we will overcome, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am optimist on this, and I would like to urge the Chief Minister also to be optimist on this issue. Let us all put our heads together. Everybody has been on board, but let us bring them back on the board, and I think we can do wonders. The state has the potentiality. I have no doubt that that 10 billion economy achievable. I have no doubt. We believe in our people. We believe in the potentiality of the state. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with these few submissions, I would like to see that the government look at the possibilities. And also, another thing, as I have said, the transparency and let the government not engage in deprivation. I will end by this one very important issue which has been flagged before me by many. The issue of favoritism. We do have tendency, even parents have some amount of favoritism for children, but then our democracy provides enough space to be able to navigate all these challenges. There should not be overall perception that people are being subjected to deprivation and oppression, suppression, and discrimination. There should not be any perceived feeling. This perceived feeling is palpable everywhere. Some say that I have to go to Shillong to get a slip from minister to get my bill passed.
Honorable Elo, please wind up.
So therefore, I am flagging this very important concern. Last time when I was in Bakmara, I was surrounded by women. They told me the same thing. So please take cognizance of this submission. This is the voice of the people, and I am only articulating on their behalf. The same thing happens in North Garo Hills also. Same thing happens in Shillong also. Many of these businessmen who were once very happy are today seen very depressed and sad. The moment I'm in Shillong, I keep on meeting them. I think you also might be meeting all of them. So this is the reality. Let us correct it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Thank you. May I request Honorable Member Sansar Kupar, Honorable MLA, to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. And through you, sir, I'd like to thank the Honorable Governor for his address. A journey to transform Meghalaya into a $10 billion economy by 2028. As the government stays committed, we hope and pray for a brighter Meghalaya. As per the address, it has shown a lot of department and their hard work and plans for strengthening our state. There are different departments mentioned, such as Home Department, Planning, Urban, so on and so forth. Well, there are a few departments I would like to add on and make some suggestions from my end. Well, since our Honorable Chief Minister is here, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to speak about job recruitment. Being a member or representative from Soyong Constituency, being it from a rural area, well, demanding for a district or demanding for a civil subdivision will not be possible immediately. Well, a suggestion to the government through you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Honorable Chief Minister, sir, by constituting a job recruitment board or program for the rural area within this particular district, the East Khasi Hills district. Being a highly populated district compared to other districts in our state, this district, the East Khasi Hills, has a population of 8,25,922 persons. So here I stand on behalf of my youth of the rural areas, being a representative from the rural area also. What I see and witness is only a few youths from my area gets admitted or recruited into state government jobs or offices. The competition is too high to fight or compete with the highly educated urban youths. No offense to anyone, but what I see as a representative is the rural mass youth are a little behind because of poverty or their indulgence in agriculture or the distance to the state's capitals, good schools and colleges. So a humble request to the government or to you, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to rethink a plan of a good job recruitment board or program for the rural area youth within East Khasi Hills, sir. And being very, very brief to other departments like the Education Department, there is the EMRS schools, Eclavia schools, right? There are 13 schools under construction as per record. There are 16 schools approved for tendering process, 29 numbers of them already. Well, we should not forget there are 46 CNRD blocks. Well, I pray that my block too get an EMRS school very soon too. And number two, in the Education Department, as per the statistics of the government of Meghalaya, Education Department, there are more than 13,000 elementary schools and 1,600 higher secondary schools. As per the NEP or the National Education Policy 2020, elementary schools and higher secondary schools are yet to implement physical education in all government schools. Physical education. So, posts like physical education inspectors, physical education trainers are yet to be recruited or filled by the government in all schools. And coming to the next department, the PWD department, being very brief, the NHIDCL projects. There are a lot of projects under the construction by the NHIDCL. Well, thinking about my constituency, there is the Western Bypass project, which is underway. And there is a lot of complaint and cry by my people. For example, when you construct a bridge, we start first with the subway or an alternative route, so that with the dismantling of the bridge, people can use the subway. So the same here, when it comes to water supply, or talking about the permanent water supply sources, I feel the Department of PWD and PHE should work hand in hand or come up with a better plans to provide an alternative source of water supply for the residents near the road construction sites. The PHE, as discussed, PHE department, as discussed in the question, there are a lot of projects under the PHE department too. The PHE department's concentration is more concentrated only in constructing of water tanks and storage tanks and pipelines laying to the households in our state. But the department should also concentrate in creating or sustaining the present sources, as was said by Honorable Chief Minister in his answer. In our state, we need to create or strengthen our sources and have a better water supply to the urban and also in the rural areas too. Coming to sports department, we are glad that our state has been a host for the I-League tournament. This is a suggestion from my end to the government, through you, Mr. Speaker, to our state government. We should not only be proud of the medals our state sportsperson bring, but my concern here to the dedicated sportsperson. For example, a sportsperson from my constituency by the name, we call her Kong Shabong. At a very young age, she has received all certificates being from a discipline arm wrestling. She has represented the state, the country, and bagged many medals and certificates. But she keeps coming to me talking about jobs. Is her future secured or not? So here, my concentration towards what I want to say is, a suggestion to the government is we should think about these sportspersons' future too. For instance, by giving them secured jobs or a big reward in terms of financial assistance to them too. In terms of tourism, which is the last subject, there are a lot of individuals or private entrepreneurs in our state who have risked and gambled in terms of finance to start up private guest houses or private adventure activity or infrastructure. Well, I suggest that the government should assist in terms of financial assistance or linking good roads to their guest houses or adventure sites. What I mean to say, making it short, a better pat in the back to promote tourism through these private entrepreneurs. So with these few words, sir, I would like to thank, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to the Governor for his address. With this submission, I'd like to resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Now may I request Dr. Mijanun Kaji, honorable members, to take the floor.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I also rise to join the amendment to the motions of thanks to the Governor's address. Thank you for allowing me to praise and highlight some important points. Sir, much have been told regarding the healthcare systems, especially the CMSMS and MHIS, Ayushman Bharat, all these programs have been highlighted. But what I want to emphasize is that even CMSMS also emphasizes on antenatal care, antenatal mother care. And in this regard, I would like to share my constituency, that is Rajabala constituency. It has got this Whiteberry CAC. It has one of the maximum number of antenatal mothers and one of the maximum number of institutional deliveries in the state of Meghalaya. But I'm sorry to say that this institution till date, it does not have a ultrasonography facility. And when we talk about antenatal mother care, reducing maternal mortality rate, reducing infant mortality rate, I think diagnostic tools such as ultrasonography is one of the most important. So I would like to request the department to kindly look into this issue and provide the basic facilities for antenatal care and other basic diagnostic tests. Second thing which I want to highlight is regarding the MHIS and Ayushman Bharat. Sir, as you are all aware that under these two categories, we should get free treatment in impaneled hospitals. But sir, anywhere, whether we go to, if we talk about our neighboring states, like we go to Guwahati, we go to Gwalpara, we come to Shillong, nowhere it is free of cost. First, they will admit us, they will ask to get the test done from without that impanelment. First, we have to pay from our pocket and get the test done. And then, once a surgery is scheduled, we are asked to pay an amount. They say that only this much amount is covered in this insurance, and the remaining amount you have to pay from this pocket. So, people from remote areas with a ray of hope with this card, that they will go to the institutions, they will get free treatment. But once they reach the hospital and they are halfway through, they can neither go back nor they can perform their surgeries. So these are the dilemmas that people are having. So I would like to request the concerned department to kindly address this important issue of MHIS and Ayushman Bharat. Moreover, sir, with emerging diseases, with emerging trends of diseases, I'm really very sorry to highlight that the whole of Garo Hills district, not only east, west, north, or the whole of Garo Hills district, we do not have a modern MRI scan facility as of today. So this really shows that where exactly we are. We don't have an MRI facility, and today without a facility of without MRI and other facilities like that, we cannot even diagnose some basic diseases. And with increasing trends of cancer diseases and all, so we need to we need to go to higher centers. We have to come to Guwahati. We have to come to Shillong, Nigrims, and all other private centers, which becomes very painful and very much costly to the normal people as well as the economically weaker sections. So I request the government of the day to kindly provide with these important facilities, at least in the district level, if not in other CSC levels, at least in the district levels, so that we have the hope to go to our own district at our convenience and to get these things, get these tests done. So another point I want to highlight upon is the power department. I'm happy to see that the department is giving assurance that scheduled load shedding will not happen coming from the coming year and so. But I would like to request the Honorable Minister in charge that I can't comment on the scheduled load shedding, but there are too much of unscheduled erratic power cuts. I don't know under which categories do they fall, and especially in my areas, in plain belt areas of Fulbari, Rajabala, Heladiganj, without anything, even on good weather also, the power will go abruptly and There will be no information also. So I request the minister in charge to kindly look into this. And one more thing, even if there is a slight fault in the electricity lines, so there is no, since electricity is one of the essential services, there should be 24 hours backup. So even if one smallest fault is there in the line, we have to wait for the next day till 8 o'clock, till 10 o'clock to get it repaired. So I would even like to request Honorable Minister Sir to kindly look into this so that we get a 24 hours backup, 24 hours service, so that the smallest thing can be repaired in time. And one last thing I want to request to the Minister of Power Minister Sir, that we should get the timely bills. You know, sometimes our people are mostly ignorant people. They don't exactly remember whether we are getting the bills or no. So what happens, sometimes bills get accumulated, and sometimes some erratic bills also do come. And you know, at a time when they receive it, it may be sometimes 1 year bill, 6 months bill, and it becomes impossible for them to pay the bill. So I request Honorable Power Minister Sir to kindly look into and ensure that bills are being given to the consumers on a timely manner, in a monthly manner. And regarding this CNRD also, I just want to highlight a few important points to Honorable Minister Sir, that it has come to my knowledge that few areas of my constituency, say Rajabala constituency, in the financial year of 2021-22, then 22-23, then 24-25, there is nil wages. There is nil wages. Then Shialkandi, same thing again, 21-22, then 22-23, 23-24, and 25-25. This is nil in Patranga. Sialkandi only in 22-23, 40 days were there, remaining as nil. Like this, so many areas are there where there is nil wages. So our people are in difficult situations. So I request Honorable CNRD Minister to kindly look into this matter on a priority basis, and to kindly see what best can be done to, because as he's also aware that this 100 days of MGNREGA is very important to us, very crucial for our daily livelihood. So I request him kindly to look into the matter so that we get 100 days of mandated works annually. And regarding the transparency matter, yes, I totally agree that transparency builds trust. Once transparency is there, trust will always be there. Sir, in this regard, I want to highlight that there are a lot of issues where transparency is, becoming the, midway point between trust, standing before our trust. I want to raise one example. Recently, on 18th of November 2024, the Shillong Medical College staff recruitment happened. Staff recruitment for Shillong Medical College was happened. And 19th of December, results were declared, sir. But there were 8 disciplines where interviews were held, but excluding one department, results were given. That department was dentistry. 19th of December results was declared, but dentistry result was not given on the website. Other departments were given. Now, if they are asked about what happened to the dentistry result, it is being told that it will come. It will come. But I'm in possession of such a slip of paper wherein one doctor has already been recruited for dentistry department without her name reflecting in the website result. And she has been shown joining on 25th of January 2025, and it has gone to Treasury for her salary release. So this lacks transparency, and when transparency will not be there, definitely trust building will not be there. So I request the Honorable Minister concerned to kindly shed light on this so that we get the transparency on what happened to that recruitment process. So with this, I just want to highlight one more thing regarding unemployment. Sir, unemployment is, is a bug that is killing us, and as per the data that is available, Meghalaya's trend of unemployment is, in a decreasing trend, contrast to the trend that we have in the national trend. Our unemployment rates are rising. And one more thing, sir, in this platform, I want to highlight that in Meghalaya is a unity among diversity. We are here, our tribal brothers are there, our non-tribal brothers are there. So, with due respect to each and everyone, in this GDS registration platform, that is Gramin Dak Seva registration platform, recently there has been a change in it that only Garo, Khasi and Jaintia languages are allowed to apply for the registration, for the online registration. So in this regard, I want to highlight and bring to your kind notice that, sir, in the plain belts of Meghalaya, indigenous non-tribal people do exist who does not have Garo, Khasi or Jaintia language as their MIL. So in this regard, for the ease of employment, this I think my request should be to kindly include Assamese or Bengali also along with this language for the GDS online registration. And lastly, sir, regarding this education, I just want to request the government I just want to request the government regarding the discrepancies in salaries of different categories of teachers. So in around 13,000 SSA teachers are there who does not get their salaries regularly. Then their lack of job security is there, and even this ad hoc primary, yes sir, even this ad hoc primary and other school teachers also facing the same problem of salary. So I request the government to kindly look into these matters, and with this submission, I resume my seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I request Matron J. Sangbatu to take the floor.
Thank you, the Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to participate in the Governor address. I'll be very brief and touch upon few departments only. Public Work Department. In this sector, we have seen major achievement done by the present government. And we are progressing well. Major road projects like Tura, Dauki, Andalu, Tura, Eben Bakmara to Shillong is progressing well and expected to complete very soon. As we know, good communication is the backbone of the agriculture sector and tourism sector also. In this sector, we have seen many changes and impact benefiting our people of the state to a large extent. Our sector, here, really would like to thank the Power Minister for doing away with the power setting, which we have been experiencing last few years, but now this problem has been done away with. Thank you, Mrs. Thank you, Minister in charge and the government also, and the department. Community and rural development. Empowering people and promoting rural development is the main goal of the present government. In this sector, we have created many charity blocks last few years, but we are yet to create more blocks, especially in my area, Mendipatar. It is long pending demand of the people of Mendipatar. Perhaps Mendipatar is the only constituency which does not have block. So I would like to request the government of the day to consider creation more blocks at the same time in my block also to be included. Public health engineering sector. In this sector, we have achieved to a great extent, and we have covered almost all the rural areas. Through flagship program like JJM. Here I would like to say that places like Manipata and Resubelpara, which falls under municipal area, we do not have water supply scheme there, and the citizens of these two particular areas are facing water crisis during the lean period. As most of the people, they have to depend on the duck wells, which dry up during the lean period. Education sector. In this sector, though the government has brought many changes by reforming education policy to provide quality education to the student of the state, by creating new colleges and schools in the entire state is welcome step. Further, we need to focus on infrastructure development, especially in the lower primary sector. So many schools, buildings are in dilapidated condition, and during rainy season, they have to stop taking classes weeks together, days together, when the rains come. So, sir, in this sector, though government has taken up many repair works and constructed new school buildings, much has to be done in this sector. So I'd like to request the Education Minister and through you, sir, even Chief Minister, to take up more schools which are needed to be repaired or required to be done with a new building to be provided. Tourism sector, sir. Though we have achieved lots of things in this sector, but we have to do more. Places like in my area, especially Joldeng area, I have been talking about this lake last session also. That particular lake is really big area and big in terms of the area, more than like Wash Lake, but we need lots of development to be taken up in that particular lake. Regarding sports, sir, though many constituencies have received infrastructure development like stadium and all, Manipata is the only constituency which need to be looked into, and many more infrastructure for the youth is required. So I'd like to request the Minister in charge to look into it and take up necessary steps to provide one stadium. Housing, sir. In this sector, we used to provide CGI seat, and last 2 years we haven't received because of some complicacy arises because of some party they filed the case in the High Court. But when we see the record, last time each MLA was supposed to receive 200 housing beneficiary, which were true MLAs we are given to select. So we have received only 50%, remaining 50% we are yet to receive. That is the case with the receivable MLA and Manipata MLA. We have received only 50% of the total quantities. So I'd like to request the minister in charge to look into it. Urban affairs, sir. This will be the last. Regarding this urban, we are yet to receive many projects in the Mendipata and Rishiwalbara Municipal Board due to the lack of the fund position in the state. Many projects remain to be completed, and I would like to request the minister in charge to look into it so that necessary steps can be taken up to complete all the pending projects. With this few submission and with this, with the appreciation and thanks to the government for bringing out many developmental schemes to the state. I appreciate the governor address and all the topics covered here by other members. Really, we are doing well, and I appreciate the initiative taken by the government. And with these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now may I call upon Sri Pak Lakmendra Bui. May I request you to be just brief as much as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in this motion of thanks to the coroner, to the address by the coroner in this house. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm very glad that the government in the last 7 years have taken so many steps to bring about the all-round development in the state of Meghalaya. And especially with this governor address, we have seen that the government have addressed so many issues concerning the state, be it urban, rural, be the farmer, the student community, and also the welfare of the mother and child. So we look forward that with the cooperation of each and everybody, that our Meghalaya will rise in the years to come, not only in its position, but also strengthen in the economy as well as envisaged by the governor in his address, that the aim is to reach the $10 billion economy by 2028. However, sir, there are some issues which I need to highlight, which the government need to look into so that proper mechanism could be there for the development. Number one is urban development, sir. We have seen that, yes, the government has taken so many initiatives for urban development. But, sir, congestion in Shillong, it is a reality. How to streamline is very difficult. But the government, I urge the government that to explore all possible steps that Shillong could be decreased as much as possible. And I'm very happy that that day that the Chief Minister has addressed that the parking issues will be addressed, sir. So this is very important, but we have seen that all the road in Shillong, they are become a parking space, be an internal road or the main road. And it's very difficult to commute, and not only a parking space, it's become a vendor space. So it is very difficult for the commuter or the people at large to commute to and fro, especially the student. So it is very important for the government to look into the parking of the Shillong, especially now we are venturing to New Shillong. The time has come that in New Shillong area, we have to plan the proper truck parking bay for the truck to park there so that in future we not have a problem. Number two, we should have interstate bus terminal in New Shillong, so that in future that this congestion will not be there in that area. And one important thing is that in congestion, the street vendors. Yes, we know that the people, they have the right to earn their livelihood, but not at the cost of the others. We have seen vendors occupy the footpath, occupy the road, occupy the parking space. I'm very sorry, sir, when I see the school children, when they are walking into the school, they cannot go through the footpath. They have to walk on the street. So this is a very dangerous. Who will be responsible? God forbid, who will be responsible if accident happen? So for urban development, we need to look into this area so that we could take care in the future. Number two, sir, I have seen that the Chief Minister, the government have launched so many schemes of the government for the benefit of entrepreneur, for the benefit of the farmer, for the benefit of SSG. But I've seen that the sanctioning of this scheme or implementing of this scheme, it is very, so to say, like very unconventional, in the sense that we don't know whether the people have the capacity or not to absorb those financial benefit. So the time has come, because 5-6 years we have passed implementing this scheme. The government should have the proper auditing, whether this scheme really helped the people, whether the money invested by the government really help in strengthening the economy of people, more importantly, help the people. So the financial literacy and auditing of the scheme is very, very important, as mentioned also by the LO just now. And number three, so in agriculture, I'm very happy, sir, that the government have responded to the need of the broom cultivators, farmers, to the arecanut farmers by coming up with the CM Assure program. I hope that the government will implement this scheme so that this benefit will go to the farmer as envisaged in the scheme. I really thank the Honorable Chief Minister and the Cabinet for this, and I have proud to say that this government really listened to the need of the people, and that also not only in implementing these schemes. We have seen in the reply of the Chief Minister in 1971 helpline number, we have seen so many issues have been raised by the government in by the citizen in the last 1 year, could be resolved or in the process of resolve. This really the government which listened to the need of the people. So I hope that in the future that more intervention is needed in the agricultural sector so the farmer will benefit more, because if the farmer benefit, the state is benefit, sir. And number three, sir, number four, border area, international border area, sir. For the last 5 years, we don't receive any fund from the government of India. And all the officers, all the staff of the border area department, they are sitting idle. It's just a waste of public money, because, sir, I request the government, if we don't get from the central scheme, kindly sanction from the state scheme so that the gap which is there in the international border, in the village international border, could be brought under this scheme, and moreover, the personnel which are there in the border department could work, could contribute something to the state. If not, sir, it's better that those officers also could deploy somewhere so that they will not sit idle just to have to draw their salary. So I request that the government to kindly look into the refunding of the border area scheme of the border area through the state fund. And when we come to border trade, sir, I'm very happy that the land port in Dauki is functioning very well, sir. But it is very sad to see that there are about 3,000 trucks, both from the Khas Hills and Jaintia region, which are willing to go to export their goods to Bangladesh. But, sir, one vehicle, they get hardly 2 trips per month. This really affects the economy of the truck owner, the economy of the mine owner, more importantly also the economy of the state, because if the export could flow, then the the revenue to everybody will come to the state, to the truck owners, to the supplier, and also to the miner. I just given one suggestion, sir. If possible, the land port have become very congested, And now with the government already sanctioned the Amsku Bridge on the Dauki to Muktapur Road, there is ample land in Muktapur. Why not the government explore the possibility to have a sub-custom station in Muktapur so that the overload of this land port in Dauki, which all the truck, because of the overload, the exporter could not export the goods, we can use that substation, a substation in Muktapur. That will help because, as I said before, with the government already sanctioned the bridge and the road in that area, I hope that the commuting to that area will become easy because the distance is only about 11 kilometers from Tamabil with Muktapur. Number 4, sir, education. I'm very thankful to the government that for able to establish the state university. More importantly, to got all the necessary approval for the state university. But sir, we have to be very cautious because since it's infancy stage, we should not just force any college to affiliate to the state university. Let the university perform, and we will watch in 1-2 years so that the confidence of people will be there. And more importantly, sir, I request the government to look into this new UGC draft circulation for university. This is very important because as per my what I have seen in that draft regulation of the UGC, that it has seen that even the state university also, yes, it is a state university, but ultimately it will be controlled by somebody because the UGC is mandated to have its nominee on the SAGE committee, this and that. So I urge the government to study this draft UGC implementation and request the government of India that let the state university function as per law of the state. And in the education sector, we have seen the hardship of the students regarding scholarship. Every student, they blame the government that they didn't get scholarship, but we know that scholarship comes from the government of India. We urge the government that to urge the central government to timely release the scholarship of the student so that the student could get their scholarship on time. And number 5, Aadhaar. I would like the government to enlighten because as per information, so the general public should know, as per information that those who don't have Aadhaar, that they cannot go for medical also, even to apply for NEET also they need Aadhaar. So we know that yes, it is not mandatory to have Aadhaar, but government of India, if we have to avail the scheme of the government, we have to have Aadhaar. So as per even to go for doctor also, we have to have Aadhaar. As per conversation with Honorable Minister, Supply also and CNRD also.
Can you please wind up?
2 minutes, sir. Without Aadhaar, even the MNRGA work will stop. Without Aadhaar, even PDS also will stop. This is a very serious matter. So I urge the government to kindly enlighten us on this matter so that the people will not suffer. And last is the health sectors. I'm very happy that the government in these last few years, they have gone on strengthening the PHC and CHC state. More importantly, the delivery of health in all the state, they have tried their best. I wish that they will do more. And one intriguing issue which I have in mind, sir, this reimbursement under the universal insurance scheme, sir. From one hospital to another hospital is different, sir. I don't know why. If I go to Nazareth hospital, the insurance reimburse suppose 50 rupees. If I go to Woodland, only 10 rupees. If I go to other hospital, only 5 rupees, so on and so forth. This bring a great inconvenience to the general public. So I request the government to do the auditing of these things so that the uniform, when you talk about universal, it should be universal. Hospital for the same type of disease, it should reimburse not one hospital higher or other hospital lower. With this word, I wish that the government will embark upon all this scheme, all this, and see that the people at large will be a benefit and the economy of the state will be strengthened. With this word, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri Balajit CM, please. I would also request you to be kindly very brief.
Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to participate in this governor's address.
Just a few points. I think most of the points have been covered by all the MLAs. Now I'll just go straight to the road sector. See, roads is the backbone of the economy of the state. And when you look into the border areas of our state, there were those different kind of roads before they call gref roads or BROs. So what's happening right now, most of the roads are ill-maintained. And nobody's claiming ownership on those particular set of roads. And given the conditions right now, the situation in Bangladesh, the military personnel who has to traverse through those very roads, they find it difficult. And a couple of months ago, I've met an officer who have said that if those roads are not maintained, we don't know what will happen. If there's any situation which may arise from the other side of the country. So I have my request to the department concerned. I've spoken to the officers. They said they'll have a meeting and decide who will take ownership on those set of roads. Because right now, the conditions is very bad and we need those set of roads to be maintained. Say one more thing. There's this missing link in Shela, wherein the government has tried before to connect from East Khasi Hills to the other parts of the district, especially the bridge in Shela. What happened previously, we have received the money, but then we could not get land. But last year, we have somehow able to convince the landowners, but I don't know what went wrong. Suddenly, from the department, from MITP, they gave a wrong impression. And now from World Bank, the project which we were supposed to get suddenly got cancelled or something. So I'd like to get clarity on that matter as well. Then from CNRD and information technology, we've seen these MGNRGA schemes which have been operating for many years in the country. But with the current situation right now, wherein they have to take the photos in the morning and in the evening. But with the network connectivity in such a current state, sometimes the muster roll workers cannot upload the photographs. So most of them, they don't get the money which they're supposed to get. And in this current age, so we need the connectivity in almost each and every part of the state. Then education. I'm very thankful to the government. They have given so many sanctions, approvals, and other initiatives which have taken to set up their own university, and etc., etc. But there's one particular schools, if I recall, in 2016-17, there was these residential schools which were constructed. So most of them are still pending, and the reason when I asked why is this pending, they said that the contractors are not being paid. So because they're not paid, they just left the school as it is. I have one residential school in Wakaliar village in my constituency, and this school has been pending for around 5 to 6 years. And so regards to the issue of farmers, again, I'd like to thank Commissioner and Secretary who have done a great work in helping, especially the people there in the Laikenso Belt, Nongwar, and Sosarat area, wherein from the government department side, they were able to tap in with the farmers and are able to promote and sell these tomatoes, which we call as Laikenso tomatoes. But out there, we call it Sobengon. Now, in this aspect, I would like to state whether if the government can do the same on other local producers which have been produced by our farmers in the state, especially ricanut and broomsticks and all those other produce. So this is one more issue I think the government can take initiative in it. And lastly, sir, with regards to trade and commerce, as what Barumboy said, see, in order to boost the economy, we need more trade routes. We understand that the government of India, in its latest directive, they've stated that we can open more trade routes in
a state which connects Bangladesh via the economic trade. So now we have 4 or 5 areas in my constituency which were earlier notified. One is the Sonai River, one is Dholai River, and one is Duba Channel. So these routes were notified at some particular point of time, but somehow they have just stopped. We don't know the reason, so I'd like clarity from the government and from the department concerned as to whether these trade routes can be reopened and help our local people to commence their trade with the other side of the country. So that's also, and one more thing I saw out here regarding the investment, this Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Act 2024. See, we've seen there's some resistance to this, but as we know, any acts of a state requires a judicial review in order for it to go ahead. So my contention here, because I think not each and every MLA has not yet received this copy of this act, though it's there in the public portal. But my contention here, because if we are to go ahead with this, we need some sort of a review and inclusion of all the people of the state, sir. So with this submission, I'd like to resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I call upon Ronnie Bilindo.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to participate in this motion of thanks to the Governor's address. So, taking home and political, I would really like to appreciate the government for the law and order situation in the state. And I can understand the challenges being faced by the Home Police Department. And so I'd just like to request the government that there was an assurance to set up a police station at Apashilong. So, sir, if, to meet the aspiration of the people and to ensure that law and order is, being provided to the people on time, I would like to request the government that this police station in Apashilong be taken up, as, something urgent, so that because right now, Malayam and its adjacent areas is being looked after by 3 police outposts or stations. Some parts from Apashilong onwards, from 7th mile onwards is being looked by Mongap, one is being looked by as far away as Punursala, and then the lower part of Malayam, that is Apashilong, is being looked by Jalupara. So these can be converted, sir. It will, serve really the interests of the people when it comes to law and order and other requirements that are being required to be provided. So regarding planning, I've seen, a lot of initiatives being taken. I had raised in the House that during the lumpy skin disease, a lot of cattle farmers were affected. Some of them have lost the entire stock. Some of them have to go back as daily wage earners. Some of them have lost the stock, reduced to just 1 or 2 cattle. I don't see anything here. Of course, I see poultry and piggery, but then there's nothing to provide relief to these cattle farmers, because I think Apashilong area, we have a lot of people engaged in dairy farming, and I think the central dairy at Mauyong. So the maximum quantity of the milk is being supplied from there. So initially there was an enhanced production, but now after the NLSD, I've inquired from the people, the production has decreased. So if this can be looked into, because yes, CM Elevate provides for new entrepreneurs, but then for those existing dairy farmers, there is no relief provided. So because I remember last time we put a question to the Honorable Minister in charge of veterinary, animal husbandry and veterinary, there was no concrete reply as to what was being provided to these farmers. So, sir, I participate in this to ensure that, what we deliberate here percolates down to the people, percolates down to the, people at the end, at the receiving end. Public works, sir, I would like to, express my gratitude to
to the government, especially to the Deputy Chief Minister in charge roads, that the work now, full laning of Shillong Dauki Road is being done on a war footing. But sir, while thanking the Minister, I would like to appeal to the government also that some of the roads in Milim are being neglected. They are in a very dilapidated condition. And I had met the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. There was, two church function of the Presbyterian Church and the Catholic Church. Though the Deputy Chief Minister had assured me that it would be taken up. Now, sir, both those church functions have been, over months back, but there is still no sanction. So I'd request the Chief Minister, if this can be sanctioned. Then, sir, like my honorable colleague from Mahati had expressed his gratitude to the government. Sir, I would ask the people of Milim, sir, to express their gratitude to the government if some of these sanctions can be provided, sir. Urban affairs. Sir, there's a lot of, trying to relocate the hawkers. Now when you go all over Shillong, especially in those commercial areas like Police Bazaar, then Motpran, then Laidomkra, you see a lot of our pedestrians are facing hardship, difficulty to, because all the sidewalks, all the footpaths have been occupied by the hawkers. If this can be also taken up on a war footing so that, everything is balanced, whereas the hawkers are given the right to livelihood, the pedestrians and the motorists also are given the due right which is due to them as pedestrian and motorists. And of course, as some of my colleagues have narrated earlier, poses great danger to their safety, be it the hawkers, be it the pedestrians or the motorists, when there is no space for people to walk, when all the sidewalks, all the footpaths have been occupied by hawkers. So if this can be addressed urgently, I think it will go a long way in ensuring that people who use the street, who use the footpaths, are safe when they commute to and fro to wherever they have to go. Industry, sir, I don't know, because we have a small cottage industry in Milim where people engage in blacksmithy, where they produce, these agricultural implements. And if this can be supported, through, I don't know, whatever scheme the government proposes, because now a lot of these blacksmithies have been taken over by some of these, well-to-do people who provide them loans and finances, and then of course the end product, they determine the price, not these blacksmiths who, make a living from that activity. So if this can be taken into consideration, so it is going to help, because thousands of people are engaged in this. Only in Milim area I'm talking about. Thousands of them are engaged. They are given employment because minimum number engaged by these blacksmithies ranges from 5 to 10, sometimes 15 to 20 people. So the hundreds of blacksmithies, if these can be considered, sir, we'll look into their welfare. And we're talking about unemployment. So this is one way of ensuring that people who are engaged in those activities, get a decent income and then are supported by the government, so that, they feel that they're not being left out while trying to earn their livelihood. Regarding power, sir, yes, I would like to congratulate the Power Department, especially the Minister in charge. We've not had load shedding for a very, very long time, but sir, still there are things yet to be improved. Of course, the Minister has given me his assurance that if there are, power lines to be extended, so I'd like to request that if they can, communicate through the MLA, then we go to the villages, go to the headmen, all the localities to ensure that the things, the line to be extended is being considered by the government. So community and rural development, I again would like really, emulate my colleague from Mahati to express my gratitude to the government, to the Chief Minister. So we had proposed members for the C Nadi block, but our proposal has not been considered. So I don't know what is happening. Like we're talking about the housing scheme, that also has not been considered. Is it because we belong to the opposition? But sir, you're not doing it for the MLA, you're doing it for the people. So if you discriminate the MLA, you discriminate the people. So I think I would request the government, if this can be considered, then we can ensure that people who are entitled, people who need roofs over the head are provided roofs over their head. And so this, I would like to request the government, if this Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin can be reviewed, because a lot of people have come to me saying that their names have not been included in the block office. So if this can be reviewed so that people who are entitled or people who are deserving get, the housing for the poor, because a lot of people have been, I don't know what kind of system is being followed. I was even told that some of them have been identified earlier, but then were rejected for no reasons explained to themselves. So I don't know if this can be reviewed so that poor people who are deserving really get all these houses that are, meant for them. Public health engineering, sir. I remember there's some villages who had approached the department, but they were threatened that why did you go to the MLA? Now, if headmen don't go to the MLA, to whom should they go, sir? So this is very unfortunate. It is happening. I'll not mention the name of the village, but when the local committee of that village approached the department to ensure that, those pipelines that are not working, those pipelines that need to be extended, they were instead threatened. Maybe I can meet the minister in his chamber and tell him about, which are those villages that they were threatened that you should not go to the MLA. That's why if you are elected representatives and people not allowed to come to us, then to whom should they go? Then agriculture, sir, I remember earlier from the block development office, people were given, subsidized seeds, subsidized agricultural implements, plant protection equipment. But I was told recently that these facilities are no longer available. I don't know if it has been discontinued or not. But this will go a long way because with the rising cost of all these inputs, it's the farmers find it very difficult, to make their activities sustainable, profitable, and if this can be supported by the government, because I think 70–80% of the people of the state depend on agriculture for their livelihood. And if this can be supported, it will go a long way, sir, in ensuring that, the bulk of the population of the state, are being supported by the government. Regarding animal husbandry, sir, there was, I don't know, a proposal to set up a veterinary hospital in Upper Shillong. I don't know what is the status of that hospital, because, that particular area, a lot of people have taken up poultry farming, cattle farm, dairy farming, piggery mission, and if you can have a hospital, then, if the animals are sick, they can be taken care of, because as of now, we have only those, at the block office where they're only provided medicines, there are no doctors. So if this hospital can be set up, I think it'll go a long way, sir, in ensuring that we enhance this activity where a lot of our people are engaged in cattle, dairy farming, piggery mission, poultry mission, so on and so forth, sir. When it comes to housing, sir, I request the minister. I had sent a proposal for members to be included in the housing committee, but so far nothing has come of it, sir. And I don't know what is the reason. If an MLA proposes something, it is rejected. I don't think so. There is, you get that sense that we are being discriminated because we belong to the opposition group. Health and family welfare, yes, sir. I would like to express my gratitude to the department, to the minister. But I think, sir, a lot of things need to be done. For example, last time I was given an assurance by the Chief Minister himself that he'll take up with the Government of India regarding, including NEGRIMS at par with AIMS. So I don't know what is happening to that, sir, because if we want to prevent that, brain drain, or rather, the fleeing away of doctors from NEGRIMS, and I think, sir, that will put, the poor people who avail health care from NEGRIMS in a very, very difficult situation, because I've known a lot of doctors have left because they're getting better opportunities elsewhere. So if the Chief Minister requests the Chief Minister to take this up seriously, so that we ensure, but because most of the employees now, sir, are local people. So we're ensuring that we're taking care of them, being, yes, it is a central institute, but still, sir, the government can intervene and ensure that, NEGRIMS is being put at par with AIMS, and, Then we will attract more specialists to come to Nigrims and then ensure that we provide healthcare to our people. Another point I would like to, it's not been mentioned.
How much time you require? How much more time?
Okay, sir, just a few minutes. Another point I'd like, sir, there is one healthcare that is being neglected. That is mental health. Sir.
There are other members.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. So this few points, and of course, sir, airport. We're talking about employment, sir. If this can be enhanced, you look at this Gopinath Bordoloi airport. So much employment is being generated just because of that airport. If this can be taken up on a war footing, sir, I think we're going to ensure, besides enhancing footfalls for the tourist industry, we're going to ensure that we generate employment. So these are the few things, sir. And of course, climate change was not mentioned in forest. Climate change, we've been talking about water scarcity, and I think, sir, because of the global warming, the climate change, if this can be addressed. So, sir, since time is up, and sir, another point, and this is the last one, sir. I'd like to request the Chief Minister, why ask our CMSDF 23-24 not yet sanctioned, sir? And now we're going on the third financial year. So sometimes we have to show people. Now we're being told by the people that no, Barwani is just fooling you, he's not going to give you. So, sir, I would like to request the Chief Minister, CMSDF 23-24, it's not been sanctioned yet. So I don't know, because when we take up with his CMO's office, they say that the file is missing. Now the file put up with the Chief Minister is missing, sir. I don't know. Okay, sir, but I think there are so many things. But then, of course, we can discuss later during the budget discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now may I call Mr. Remington G. Moment. Kindly be brief, please.
Thank you, Speaker Sir, for allowing me to take part in this Governor address. I would like to express heartfelt thanks and express gratitude to the government of the day under MJ2 that they have done for the last 2 years. Road sector, sir, many highways have been created and sanctioned and completed. But in my request is like this: from Wagaji to Bayan Nongstoin up to Choigang and Kersai. Some sites are already almost completed, but from Wagaji to Ramrai up to Mautir also almost completed. But sir, still 32 kilometers are remaining to be sanctioned and completed. So my request at least to complete the 32 kilometers so that people will not suffer and will be benefit for the people of my area, sir. And then I thank the government of the day that they have sanctioned 3 road projects, though it is small project, but 3 roads I have received in my constituency. Thank you for this road project. And education sector, sir, I thank government of the day because one higher secondary had been upgraded in Mauli area, and then one big building had been sanctioned and constructed and completed. And my request in education sector, sir, in my Ramrai constituency, we are the rural area. Still many schools are having without school, sir. LP school is not having in that area. So if possible, government construct it and create at least many schools, many villages not having schools, sir. That is my request from a government side. And Home Department, I think very much the government of the day because Malangkona outpost had been created and inaugurated also, in the process also had been completed. And my other request, BOP Kersai, border outpost, already created, but still infrastructure is to be constructed and started, sir. This is my request from the health sector, sir. I have seen in my area many new sub-centers have been created and almost all infrastructure have been completed. And then my urban request is like this, no? At least Ramrai PSC is to be upgraded to CSC, and if possible, Aradonga PSC also is to be upgraded to the CSC level, sir. This is my request. And then CNRD block, I thank the government of the day, MDA2, because they have created 2 blocks sanitary block in my constituency, Ramrai sanitary block, and then Rimuliang sanitary block. But sir, this is my request. Still infrastructure is to be constructed and started. We are having without any building, so this is my request to start the construction and do the needful. And then 6, tourism sector, sir. Some project had been sanctioned last 2 years, but still that project is to be started in my constituency. What is happening, I don't know detail. So I might request at least to start the project and construct the project. And then 7, sports sector, sir. This is my request only. In every constituency, I have seen many stadiums. Some are artificial turf playground, some are indoor stadium. But in my constituency, still we have no any stadiums, sir. So I request at least 2, one in Ramrai, one in Aradong area, sir. So this is my request. So with these few words, I resume my speech. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now the discussion on the debate on Governor's address is closed. As there is no further business before the House for the day, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 4th March 2025.